Thank you for tuning in to the 2022 Idaho Republican Party Primary Candidate Forum. Tonight's event is brought to you by the Idaho Young Republicans and sponsored by Melaleuca and the Idaho Republican Party, with special thanks to Crash 11 Productions and Galgan Design. Thank you for tuning in to the 2022 Idaho Republican Party Primary Candidate Forum. Tonight's event is brought to you by the Idaho Young Republicans and sponsored by Melaleuca and the Idaho Republican Party, with special thanks to Crash 11 Productions and Galgan Design.
Hello, and thank you for joining us tonight for the 2022 Idaho Republican Primary Candidate Forum. My name's Daniel Silver, and I'll be your host for this evening. First, I know you had a lot of things you could be doing tonight, and we want to thank you for joining us. It's a really important thing that we're going to be watching tonight. We're going to be meeting with every single candidate who's running for statewide and federal office. And that person has the opportunity to represent you and me and all of Idaho for the next 2, 4, or even 6 years, depending upon the position. It's not something we should take lightly. So what we're going to be doing is sitting down for about 10 minutes with each of them tonight, and we're going to hear what's on their heart, learn a little bit about them, learn where they think things are going well or not within Idaho, and if given the opportunity, where would they take us in the future? Now, before we start, though, it's important to know that as an organization, Idaho Young Republicans does not endorse any candidate during the primary season. That's not our role. Instead, we want to make sure that you're as informed as you can be. And so that's our hope, that you get an opportunity tonight to learn about each and every candidate, and then you know what's best for you and your family. You know what's best to take you into the future. We just hope we can make that decision a little easier for you. Tonight, we're going to start with the position of Superintendent of Public Instruction, otherwise called Superintendent of Schools. And it's an extremely important role. Throughout COVID over the last few years, parents have gotten a first-hand view of exactly what's going on in their child's classroom. And we hear it every day from our members. Some things they really enjoyed. To be honest, some things they were really concerned about. And whoever's elected into this role is going to have an opportunity to take that in whatever direction they want every day as they head into the office. It's a big deal. We have 3 candidates that are running for statewide office today for Superintendent of Public Instruction. And the first one we're going to be talking with is Brandon Durst. Brandon, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate the time.
Yeah. So let's just start off with an easy one. What should we know about you?
I guess the most important things to know about me is that I'm a Christian, I'm a husband, I'm a dad to 5 awesome kids, I'm native to Idaho, and I love education. I love the role that education plays in the development of our society, and I want to be a part of that.
So, State Superintendent of Public Instruction over schools. What made you want to run for that, and what makes you uniquely qualified?
Well, let me address the second part of your question first. I've got a master's degree in public policy, and I have an ed specialist degree in executive educational leadership. I just earned that degree this year at Boise State. So academically, I'm incredibly well qualified for this position. In fact, I'm uniquely qualified. I both understand the education space as well as the public policy space, which are really the critical places in this role. I've worked as a small business owner. I have been a state legislator. In fact, I served in both the House and the Senate. I'm the author of one of the most successful education programs in the state of Idaho, the Advanced Opportunities Program. I was a co-author of that program. And so I've got a lot of experience that, frankly, has never been seen in the state superintendent's office here in Idaho, at least. In fact, I'll be the very first state superintendent who have ever served as a member of the state legislature. And I think that's pretty interesting. So why am I running? What got me into this race? Well, I'm a parent, and I've seen what's happened in our schools, and I've got very concerned about those things. And I waited and waited for our current superintendent to step up and do something about it, and I just didn't see that happen. And so I really want to put parents back in the driver's seat of their kids' education. I believe we need to have someone who prioritizes parents first and foremost. And so that was really the impetus behind me choosing to get involved in this race. It takes a lot of time away from your family, away from your work, but it's important. Frankly, the direction that our schools go is the same direction our society is going to go. And so I feel quite called and led to be a part of that. And I'm grateful for the outpouring of support I've seen from Idahoans throughout the state of Idaho, from Boundary County to Bear Lake County, who want to see change and who want to really empower families, empower parents back to making decisions for their kids.
So, when you think about, say, the last 2 years, for all the downsides that came with COVID, mm-hmm. I think one of the unintended positives is that it allowed parents an opportunity to get a firsthand view of what's going on in their kids' schools, to see what was being taught, to see the culture and things like that. What do you think are 2 of the biggest challenges facing Idahoans in schools today? And if elected, what would you do?
So I think there's one really large issue that we've got right now, and that is the lack of trust we give to parents. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Daniel. That I as a parent watched what was going on in my kids' education the last couple of years, and that's actually why I chose to run in the first place. I felt concerned that some of the things that were being taught didn't align with my values, didn't seem to really reflect the values that I believe Idaho has, and weren't appropriate to be taught in our schools. And so I think we have to get back to trusting parents again, letting them make the decisions for their kids. And I honestly think that's the first piece. And then I think the second challenge is how we equip parents to make those decisions. And so I'm a huge proponent of school choice. I believe we should have money follow students to their parents' school of choice. And I think if we get back to trusting parents and then we equip them with the resources that they need to make those decisions, I think we'll be able to right the ship.
So, one of the Democrats' talking points in Idaho is that Idaho ranks 50th in spending per pupil. But when you look at the actual budget, I think it's like the third largest budget we have in the state. Mm-hmm. In terms of funding, I know you mentioned a second ago school choice and having a follow. Do you think the way we spend the money in schools today is appropriate? Would you do anything different? How we fund education?
Yeah, I think there's several issues to that. I mean, to go back to the first part of your question, the per pupil spending metric is really kind of a worthless metric because it leads to the logical conclusion that if you spend more, you're going to get better results. And we need to look no further than the District of Columbia, which has the highest per pupil spending and one of the lowest student achievements in the country. So if it was just as a matter of spending more money equaling more educational attainment or better outcomes, then that would be great. But that just doesn't work that way. And so I think we do need to look at take a hard look, honestly, at our school funding formula, which is antiquated, complicated. Very few people in the state really understand it. In fact, there's probably less than 5 people in the entire state of Idaho that could really explain it from top to bottom with exactly what it does and how it works. And so I've actually proposed legislation to address that issue while also expanding school choice in the state of Idaho. The amount of money we give per student varies considerably throughout the state of Idaho. And for example, in Ada County, if you cross Cloverdale Road, your child may get $6,500 per student from the state, or they may get $9,000 from the state per student. And I think that's wrong. I think we need to level the playing field and let our districts have access to more of a fair amount of money per student, and let them trust those districts to spend the money the way that they feel is best, so that way they can make local decisions. Like I said, I've actually have a proposal to do that. If people want to visit my website, durstforidaho.com/EPEA, the bill's right there. They can read it and check out some highlights about what it does.
So the last one we'll wrap up with, make it a little bit of an easy one, and that is, Idahoans are entering their votes next week. Primaries are next week. What message do you want to leave to them prior to them casting their vote?
It's a good question, and I think it's an important question. This race is actually quite simple. This race comes down to 2 competing visions for the future of Idaho schools. One vision believes in the insider, believes in the education establishment, wants to double down on the education system that we have today. The second vision, my vision, is that of an education outsider. I believe we need to do things differently. I think we need to trust parents. I think we need to get government out of the way, and we need to let parents lead as God intended them to. And so when parents and voters go to the ballot box next week, I want them to think about that. I want them to think about whether or not what has done in the past has worked for them and their children. And if it hasn't, I'm asking them for them to consider doing something different, following a different path, trying something new, and putting our education department in the hands of someone who wants to make changes, who wants to prioritize them and place them back in the driver's seat of their children's education.
Brandon, I really appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Good luck next week.
Yes.
And thank you.
All the best. Thank you.
So up next for Superintendent of Public Instruction is Debbie Critchfield. Debbie, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
So we'll start off with a fun one. Just tell us, who's Debbie?
Debbie Critchfield. All right. I am married to Dave. We are farmers in Oakley. He is a 4th-generation farmer. We raised 4 children there that went to public schools. I am a former substitute teacher and local school board member for 10 years. Half of those years I served as chair, which gave me a great experience and opportunity to learn about budgeting, policies, and working with educators, working with parents, working with the community and business leaders. After doing that for 10 years, I had the opportunity to first be appointed to Idaho State Board of Education, first by Governor Otter, and then later reappointed by Governor Little. And during that opportunity or that experience, I had another learning opportunity to understand how policies at the state level either furthered and promoted those goals and objectives that were intended, or got in the way of what local districts were trying to do or student outcomes. And so I have had nearly 20 years of experience in education at every level, local, state, kindergarten to postgraduate medical education, along with serving on a number of statewide task forces. Again, all intended to bring the focus to a student-centered system.
You touched on it a little bit in that last question, but out of all the things, what makes you the most uniquely qualified to serve in this role?
For me, when I think about the 20 years that I've been involved in education, I got started as a parent, as a substitute teacher, someone that was interested in being a part of what was going on in my local community. And from there, I have sought opportunities to either increase my knowledge so that I could be better at what I was doing at whatever level that I was serving, or opportunities to create the goals, to create that vision. And I think for me to have the experience that I've had locally to the state, working with business leaders, working with our institutions of higher education, and just everything in between makes me very experienced. And the fact that I have been able to serve as a co-chair to a governor's task force and been on a number of other committees that were researching and looking at problems that we could solve. The leadership capability that I have, those skills that I bring to the table to cooperate, to listen, to be a problem solver, and to be able to work with people in ways that help us create the vision that we want and need in Idaho.
So Idaho, like the rest of the country and the world, really has been just crazy the last 2 years. If you think about things like COVID, I do think there was a positive outcome in some of that for the first time, parents really got engaged in what their students were learning in school. And they saw some great things and they saw some not so great things. And there's a lot of concern and a lot of passion. As you think about Idaho schools, what are, say, two of the biggest challenges that you see? And if elected, how would you tackle them?
Education has experienced the biggest disruption in modern times. And it did not, in my opinion, happen. The discord and some of the things that we feel about education right now were not created because of COVID. I think it was highlighted and intensified. We asked our parents to be a partner in education. And we cannot, at this point, ask them to step back away from that. We want to build on that momentum. We want parents to feel as though they have an open door into the schools. And we saw parents making choices for their kids that they had not made before. And Idaho is a school choice state. And we want to continue to build upon that. And we want parents to know that as a state, we respect and honor the choices that they make for their students, regardless of the learning environment that they're in. And over the last 2 years, while president of the Board of Education, I was able to bring forth a change in how schools are funded for their students, which now students or schools are funded by student rather than the seat time. And I think that that's a great change and a great step forward from where we've been in the past. And added to that, the Strong Family, Strong Students. That was a program that I worked on with the governor's office that gave money directly to families to make educational choices for their children. That's another area that I'm excited about, and I think that we need to talk about and continue to expand upon. When I think about where we go from here, we've got to talk about how we prepare and train our students for the opportunities around them and help them to be job ready and help them to see that when they graduate from an Idaho high school that means something. And when I talk about that as I have around the state, it takes in skills, it takes in more vocational training and how we transform the high school experience and anchor that to some type of work-based learning by the time they're a junior and a senior. What a wonderful opportunity that we could provide for our students as they start thinking about what they want to do, what they're interested in, what their skill set is, and what opportunities are in their community, that they're able to experience that in a low-risk environment and know that, hey, maybe I want to go try to be an apprentice or an intern, or maybe I'm interested in some sort of job opportunity in my local community and get credit for that, similar to what we do for kids who are earning college credit while they're in high school. Added to this, I'm calling for a high school requirement for financial literacy. When we talk about our students being able to make personal and financial decisions, we have to prepare them on that financial end. And having financial literacy skills is very different than the skills that a student will learn in algebra or economics, for example. Why is a credit score important? How do you apply for a loan? Why do you care that your job will offer a retirement plan? What are taxes and what does that mean? And in some cases, how do you count back change? And so when I think about the role and the responsibility of education is not an outcome. It's the mechanism for which we provide the skills and the training and the preparation for our students to become successful citizens and contributors to their community. These are critical issues that COVID has highlighted, and it's an opportunity that we have as elected officials to create that system.
So, one of the Democrats' favorite talking point in Idaho is that we're 50th out of 50th in spending per student. As superintendent, being in charge of, working with the legislature to change some of the budget things, do you think that where we spend the money is in the right places today? And if you were in role, would you make any changes?
Oh, I think there's always time and room for inspection of our budget. I think that there are some priorities, particularly with literacy. I've been a big and early advocate for how we invest in literacy. I think that those are appropriate dollars going to those places. There are other areas that I think that we need to have the state get out of the way and allow more local control. Local control is a word that is thrown around all the time. Oh, local control, but we rarely talk about it from the budgeting perspective and remove the line items, remove those restraints and constrictions that the state will put on for our local board members and allow them to create some of their own priorities and direct some of that money. One of the things that I look forward to as an elected state superintendent is going through an auditing review. I don't know how to maybe say that differently than that, but since I've been at the state level for the last 7 years, I have yet to see our education official, or anyone for that matter, look at our budget and say, here are the investments that we've been making. Do they make sense now? Are these the priorities that we want to have? Are we putting money into those things that we want to deliberately fund and have that discussion? There are things that could drop off or things that need to be altered or opened up. And I think there's never a bad time to take a look at the budget and say, we've got more than $600 million have come into education in the last 8 years. And yet there's more discord and less feeling of that ROI than we've had in a long time. And so I think when we talk about the vision that we have for education, it has to include where those dollars go.
So one last one. Election's a week from today. Everyone's going into the ballot box for the primaries. What do you want them to walk away thinking about Debbie Critchfield?
I want voters to know that Idaho deserves a strong educational leader, someone that is ready to create the vision and set that pace for the needs of the 21st century. We have an educational system that is largely designed after an 1850s model. Times are changed, times are different, we know that. We're trying to educate and prepare students for jobs that don't even exist. We want our educators to be prepared before they come into the classroom and while they're in the classroom. We want and need our parents to feel as though they are wanted in the system and that we provide meaningful opportunities for them to do that. We need our students to be trained and prepared for the jobs that are around them so that they can be contributing citizens and make wise personal and financial decisions. And I want to bring that vision. I want to set that goal, and I want to work with those folks around the state that can help create what we need. This is an incredible opportunity that we have to create what we need, to transform our system in the ways that are most needed. I have the experience, I have the leadership skills, I have built the relationships, I'm honest, and I want to work with people to bring the wise solutions that we need for our state.
Debbie Critchfield, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
So next we're here with Sherry Ibarra. She's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction. Sherry, thanks for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
So let's pretend that people don't know who you are. I know that's not true, but let's just pretend. So tell us about yourself.
Well, my name is Sherry Ibarra. I am your current Superintendent of Public Instruction, and I am married to an Air Force veteran. And we have one son who was a public school student and currently attends the University of Idaho. I am the only superintendent candidate in this race that is a certified teacher, a certified principal, and a certified superintendent in the state of Idaho, all before becoming your current elected superintendent of public instruction. And I do have one pug dog named Chloe that I always like to take around to see the kids when I get an opportunity to get back into classrooms.
So superintendent of schools or public instruction, what in particular makes you uniquely qualified to be in this role?
I am the only certified superintendent in this race. I am the only certified teacher in this race, the only person with the depth of background and knowledge to do this job. Over 20 years of experience and 3 degrees, a Bachelor of Arts in elementary education, a master's degree in administration, in leadership, and then I have a specialist degree, an EDS actually in the superintendency. So I've served in all those roles, and that makes me uniquely qualified to help those in the field, help our kids, and especially our future young Republicans.
So, I'm sure no secret to you. I mean, obviously the last 2 years with COVID and things have been hard. One thing I think that was a positive unintended consequence, though, is that parents got a firsthand view of all the things that were going on in the classroom, what their students were learning, and some things they liked and some things they didn't. As you look into the future, what do you see as some of the biggest challenges facing our schools and our students today? And if reelected, what would you do different, or what would you do to combat those?
As a lifelong educator, we all know that, especially as a third grade teacher, that one of the number one key indicators in a child's success is parental involvement. All educators know that. We have always really made sure that we involve parents in the work that we do. But during COVID, when schools were closed, parents were looking over the shoulders of their children, trying to help them with their schoolwork, and they weren't happy. And so that is the reason I ran my in-person learning bill. When schools closed, I didn't like what I saw. Parents didn't like what they saw. So that piece of legislation passed the House and the Senate and is now law. And in-person learning is the number one option for our students in Idaho. So, that was step number one. Step number two, I wrote a letter to our U.S. Attorney General Garland because I wasn't very happy when he called our parents domestic terrorists. It was unacceptable. And again, educators know that one of the number one priorities in a student's success in their school career is to have their parent involved. And I made sure to let him know that Idaho would not stand for that. And then the last thing moving forward, as I've been traveling the state and talking to families, what they've asked me to do is give them some practical strategies for getting involved in their child's school career. They said they didn't want a top-down approach. They didn't want some piece of legislation. They wanted practical ideas to re-engage in their child's school career. And so I will be releasing a parental toolkit with those practical strategies May 1st, so parents have an opportunity to re-engage in their child's educational program moving forward.
So, one of the Democrats' favorite talking points is that Idaho is 50th in spending per pupil. We hear a lot about where do we spend our money. How do you think the school budget, is setting up today? Would you do anything different? Should we change anything?
Well, the Republicans in Idaho did a great job this year in the legislature of making education a priority. So I want to make sure that Idahoans know that. They were great partners. It was a great year for education. But that is one of the things I heard as well as I traveled the state. We don't want to be last for achievement. We don't want to be last for funding. And I heard that from all walks of life. But the statistics that I gave earlier, number one in the nation for college and career college credits earned while still in high school. Number 5 for college and career ready. 17th in the nation for achievement now. And our 5-year graduation rate at an all-time high proves that Idahoans get a lot of bang for their buck. And so especially these days when we're going to the gas pumps and we're seeing those prices, we are looking as conservative Republicans for a lot of bang for our buck. And I don't blame folks in Idaho, but moving forward, I think one of the things that I want voters to know is the funding for public schools, that funding formula is the responsibility of the legislature. The state superintendent does not set the funding formula. But I do know that my job is to make recommendations, and I have sat on a task force to do just that. Although that kind of fell apart, and we're going to have to get back at the table and take a look at our funding formula because it's over 20 years old. And it is a system sometimes of haves and have-nots. For example, if a district can run a levy and another district cannot run a levy, then that creates that system of haves and have-nots. One of the ideas I'd like to bring forward, should I be reelected by the people of Idaho, is to look at, I sit on the land board, and we do get royalties in our school districts from our natural resources. And one of the things I'd like to do is start a savings account for some of the facilities that we might see that are aging to help with that funding formula piece that school districts can tap into. And so that will be something I'll be working on in the future. But I think Idaho has done well and really gets a lot of bang for their buck with the budget for public education.
So one last question. Idahoans are heading into the voting booths a week from today. What message do you want them to walk away with as they head in there?
I've done the job that Idahoans have hired me to do. We are 17th in the nation now for achievement. We are 5th in the nation for college and career ready, number 1 in the nation for college credits earned while still in high school. Our 5-year graduation rate is at an all-time high. And stick with me while I take us to top 10 in the nation for achievement. And we work together with the young Republicans and the rest of the state to rebuild trust in Idaho's public schools. I would also add to that, like the kids say, please vote for Sherry in the primary on May 17th.
Sherry Ibarra, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for the invite.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, up next, we have our sitting state treasurer, and she's running for re-election, Julie Ellsworth. Julie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Daniel. It's good to be here.
So let's just assume people don't know who you are. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I grew up here in Idaho. I attended the local schools, public schools here in Idaho, and I love the state. We have some ranch land out in Blaine County, and we also live in Boise as I serve in the Capitol building. I am the mother of 3 children. My husband and I raised them to be good people, and I have 3 grandchildren now. It's been really fun. I want to preserve what we have in Idaho because of those children.
So state treasurer, I realize some people might not even know what that means. Can you tell us a little bit about the role and why you're uniquely qualified for it?
Well, it is the most important position in the world. Now, the Idaho State Treasurer is a constitutional office. So the Constitution perceived that money was a big deal and that people would try to rip it off. And so in the Constitution, they made the treasurer responsible for it. Essentially, I bank it, and then I assure that it is released in a constitutional manner. Often people ask, why do you have a controller? If you have a treasurer, well, a treasurer is accounts receivable. The controller is accounts payable. So he essentially pays all the bills, asking me for the money. And that's important. You need that division of power. You don't want the entity that takes in money to be the entity that spends the money. And I've learned a lot about the Constitution because of money.
And actually, I think he'll be in the next call. So
yes, if you sit Brandon and I together, I always dig him that he spends all the money all day long. I manage it. I work to manage it in a way that leverages it and earns interest off of it. So when it's not actually right there for the purpose, we don't just leave it sitting. we want it to be earning interest too.
So as you look at the financial health of Idaho, how are we doing? If you are blessed enough to get elected again, what would you do, different or take on the next few years?
Financial health. First of all, when I first got in, I thought I want to know what accountability measures I have on all this money. And so you can go to my website, STO, State Treasurer's Office, sto.idaho.gov, and it shows the flow of money and also how the accountability process for it. And I think that was an important component in Idaho government to make you financially sound. Because if you can show and you can have your reasoning behind all the decisions that you make, it garners confidence. And this year we actually received for the first time a AAA credit rating for the state of Idaho. I think we're financially sound. My concern with all the surplus money was that they might put that into ongoing expenses, and I feel some comfort level that they're one-time expenses on the road. I am concerned that, you run into overspending when you have surpluses. So that's why you should just give the money back to the people of Idaho. We're financially sound, and it needs to always be monitored.
So in addition to all the things we're doing here in Idaho, I think we're kind of leading the way. You're getting a lot of kudos nationally, and we're partnering with other states. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, Daniel. We ran into a problem last year about this time. I got a phone call from other treasurers in the nation that said financing was not available for their legal businesses because it did not fall in line with some Green New Deal type stuff that the banks were starting to look at. And our opinion is, if you're making policy, you're a policymaker, you stay in that lane. If you're a banker, you look at financials and you stay in that lane. And let's not converge on each lane. Let's be what we are. So I joined 13 treasurers, and we pushed back against this big national bank that was choosing to defund legal businesses on a policy decision that had been made by the public. Since then, that's turned into a lot of pushback because we found that there has been a concerted effort to come through banking laws nationally to shut down things like gun manufacturing, ammunition manufacturing, basically the production of grazing and farming, all these things, because they don't fall into the template of the Green New Deal. This template has not been passed. And we as national state treasurers, we have now 27 financial officers from 27 states that have joined together to say, look, we are looking for a banker. And, Julie Ellsworth is $12 billion that she banks on. But I've got, about $3 trillion standing behind me. We want a bank that's going to look at financials. We don't want a political bank. And that becomes powerful because 27 states now joining together is more than half the nation. And it has been growing. We are asking for accountability and transparency in banking laws because they will shut down business and you'll have no idea what you did wrong. Your financials are fine. And to this point, I've worked a lot on with the National Banking Committee, and last session, we passed legislation that would allow us, it actually said, all of our investments in the state of Idaho, we own the proxy voting rights on those, not some management company that's voting against our will. We own those votes, and we will vote them. And that was the first bill that has been joined by the legislature and the governor. There have been some executive orders to pull back those proxy votes, but they're taking your voting power within a company and turning that company woke. And I don't find that acceptable for my constituency.
So Idahoans are going to the ballot box a week from today. I know you don't really have a primary opponent necessarily right now, but you will in November,
Yes.
a general election. What should people know? What message do you want them to walk away with as we head into, for you, the general election in November?
About the state treasurer's office, the state treasurer's office is currently, and myself is very involved with pushing back on woke ideology that's getting into our banking system that will prevent my neighbors, my friends, my constituents of the state of Idaho from getting financing for legal businesses. This treasurer is pushing back hard against that. I hope that you'll remember that. My opponent has the same last name. We find that entertaining. But my name is Julie Ellsworth. Hers is Jill. And so just remember, it's truly Julie that's pushing back on these things for you in Idaho. I feel strongly that I represent the constituency. I'm grounded right in the Constitution, and that's my job.
State Treasurer Julie Ellsworth, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Daniel.
So now we're going to pivot. First, we heard a second ago from State Treasurer Julie Ellsworth, and she talked about one side of the equation. Now we're going to talk to State Controller Brandon Wolf. He's running for controller again. He's our current state controller. And so, Brandon, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So let's first start off with one real easy. Tell us about Brandon.
Glad to. Love to. My wife and I, Janeline and I, are both from Preston, Idaho. Sixth generation Idahoan. I grew up on a dairy farm down there in Preston. And I always joke and say that, for Janeline, she was a city girl from town, and I was a country boy from out there. But we've been together since third grade, and we have 3 wonderful children. Our oldest is getting married here soon, and so we're excited for that. And by the time this probably airs, we'll have already gone through the fun part of that. But just to tell a little bit about myself, served a mission for a church over in Belgium, so I have the great advantage of speaking Dutch. And so if anyone ever needs that help, we can speak Dutch. But no, I love what I've done. I've went to school at Utah State there in Cache Valley by Preston, then came up here to Boise back in 1997 as an intern at the controller's office, and loved every minute of it. Know where all the paper clips are in the office as well as other things, and had the opportunity to grow in different adventures in the controller's office. Led to different experiences. I was the chief of staff to Donna Jones, and then when she had that horrible accident, I had the opportunity with Governor Otter appointed me back then to be the controller, and had the opportunity for these past 2 elections. Grateful for those voters that have supported me in that, and those that haven't, I hope to continue to earn their trust and earn their respect in the future too. So that's a little of the background. Served as a controller for the past 10 years, and look forward to the opportunities down the road of what that will bring to continue to serve.
Awesome. Congrats on the wedding.
Well, yeah, we're excited.
So many people may not even know what the controller's office is. Can you give us an overview?
Definitely. One of the easiest ways I love to explain what the controller is the controller's like the checkbook for the state. We pay all the state employees. There's about 25,000 state employees when you include the 3 universities. And we pay all the bills for all the state agencies. So we're processing daily all those bills for all those expenditures. And then we have the state's data center. So we do have a lot of IT staff and work that we do there. But the difference from the controller and the treasurer, think of the treasurer as like the savings account, the interest and the work that's done there, and the controller as the checkbook, the expenditures that go out there. So that's kind of the main difference. One other thing, I sit on the land board, which is with 5 of the other constitutional officers, and there's a great opportunity to set policy there and continue to help the beneficiaries, but also continue to have good relations with the other stakeholders that are involved. So the timber industry, the mining, grazing, all those areas. So those are key and great opportunities to collaborate and solution around the state with those partners.
So in terms of the controller's office, how's it looking? What's working well? Hopefully, you get elected, and if so, what's the next endeavors that we need to go focus on?
One of the key things, you don't want an exciting accountant or ones that do another thing. You want a good, steady hand that you trust and respect. And I hope that we've earned that trust and respect, and that we can continue to do the work that we've been doing. And can we continue to be more efficient, more effective in what we're doing, which helps build trust. And so that's kind of my biggest push, is to continue to, I hope that word, when people think of transparency, they think of Brandon Wolf and the controller's office and what we're doing. because the trust in government is at an all-time low. And what we're really trying to build, and from my area at the Controller's Office, is to rebuild that trust again. And if we can help the citizens know where their hard-earned tax dollars are being spent, whether at the state, and here what we're moving forward in the next steps is to help at the city, the county, and the school district area, we can truly open up the books and that culture of openness will go such a long way. So that's an area where I really feel that we can take those next steps at the Controller's Office in partnering with so many others, that we can really dive into that area and really build that, have an opportunity to build that trust and faith in government and build that back up. And so that's one of the main areas that we're working over these next few months, years, is to help build that up. And with that opportunity, I really think we can. And it's part of how are we going to measure that to help the citizens have, whereas there's a two-way communication conversation going on, that we can sit there and say, hey, look, are we meeting their needs? Are we answering their questions? Are we truly building their trust? Or is this just what I think? But I think there's really a great opportunity to do that.
Awesome. And I said, I hope you get elected. The reason for that is because you don't have an opponent in the primary. You will most likely here in November, but Idahoans are going to the ballot box a week from today to cast their vote in the primary. A little bit of time between now and November, but
Right.
what message do you want them to walk away with?
I think the biggest message is to sit there and say, hey, look, yeah, I may not have an opponent here in the primary, and I hope that's in a way of showing the work that we have done and the respect that the Republican Party and those that participate or sit there and say, hey, we like what Brandon and his team are doing. And I hope that we can continue to earn that trust and respect. And that's what I want, that we can show that we're doing the right thing, we're doing the right things for Idaho and maintaining those Republican values that we so dearly love and want to hold. And so as we go in, it's it changed the summer, and we look forward to parades and barbecues and events in the fall. And as we go to the poll here in the next week, we're the good wolves here in Idaho, and we'd love to have your support as we go here in May, but also we'd love to have your support all through the summer and as we go into the November election. We'd love to have you. So thanks for all that you do. We truly love and respect all the work that takes place throughout all the state. It's really at that grassroots level, so thank you.
State Controller Brandon Wolf, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Good luck and have a great evening.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we're going to transition to Secretary of State. Now, I don't know about you, most people probably didn't even realize there was a Secretary of State until the last election cycle, but it's a very unique role, right? Over the elections for the state of Idaho, over the business services, over the land board, lots of complexity. And so our first guest we're talking with today is Dorothy Moon. Dorothy, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Daniel, for having me.
So let's pretend we don't know who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've got a unique district. I'm a representative and have been for 3 terms. This is my 6th year. And I represent District 8, which includes very rural Idaho. I have Lemhi, Custer, Boise, Gem, and Valley County currently, but with the redistricting that has now changed. And it's 16,000 square miles, so I travel a lot. And I've represented salt of the earth people, but most of Idaho contains those kind of people. And they're hard workers and liberty and freedom lovers. And that's who I've liked and enjoyed representing. It's been a great honor. But now I'm segueing into the Secretary of State office. I've got 2 sons, 30, and one's going to be 29. And I really worry about our country and our state and the direction a lot of things politically, how they're moving. So I wanted to jump in and try to see if I could do a better job as Secretary of State, especially dealing with the issues that have, as you said, have come front and center since the November 2020 election. And I see a clear path on what I need to do. And I have lived in the forest off-grid since 2005 in the Salmon Chalice Forest up the Yankee Fork east of Stanley. And this unique lifestyle has put me front and center on lands issues. And as the Secretary of State, you do serve on the land board. So I think I've got a lot to offer in the entire realm of the services and the job description that the Secretary of State has.
So I believe there's about 3 candidates that are running for office. So what makes you uniquely qualified?
I think what makes me uniquely qualified is that I'm a lifelong educator. And the fact that I'm an educator, I've taught all the high school and middle school sciences. I was a special ed director. I've taught college level. And I think as an educator, we need someone to come into the Secretary of State's office and really bring the poll watchers and the election workers and the clerk up to speed on what's the requirements of those unique positions and what to expect, what to look for when you're working an election. And I would take the time, my first year, I would expect to go to all 44 counties and actually write out. Let them understand that we as a state expect uniformity and consistency in our elections, which is the number one job of the chief election officer. And I think that we need to make sure if you're moving from Kootenai County down to Custer County, you kind of see the same procedures, same protocols in an election so that there's no concern and there's no doubt that the system is being run fairly across the state and a level playing field for all candidates. So I think that's one of the things that the Secretary of State's office that I see doing with my education, my formal education as a teacher. And the second part is I do have a master's in resource planning. And with that degree, I could definitely help with the land board. In lands, we're looking at fuels reduction, we're looking at water rights issues, we're looking at mining permits, we're also addressing recreational issues. So there's a lot of things with the 63% of these federally managed lands that we need to be involved with as a state. And I know the chief position on the land board is to provide, or to work, with the Idaho Department of Lands and provide the highest economic return on our endowment lands. And we are doing a pretty good job at that. But we can now move beyond the endowment lands and start working with the federal government through the Good Neighbor Authority to actually benefit local communities with those timber sales. So I think it's an exciting time. I'm very hopeful for Idahoans to benefit off of our resources instead of watching them go up in smoke every year.
So one of the things we both mentioned briefly is election integrity. And as we've heard from a lot of our members and Idahoans across the state, that's one thing they're concerned about. Where would you say the current status is of Idaho elections, the security, and if elected in office, where would you take it?
Aside from the education, I think what we need to do is follow the election law. And the election law is very clear. Now, I know the Heritage Foundation has us ranked as 38 out of 50 as far as election integrity issues go. I do see some weaknesses on forms of identification. I brought forward a bill, the Secure Election Act, that I got through the House this past year. And it was a great bill. It would do away with things like college IDs that don't have a birth date. It doesn't have citizenship. It doesn't really have an address. So there's not a lot of information on there aside from what school year you're attending and your picture. So things like that I think we could tighten up. I've heard about Costco IDs being used. We've got a state government issued ID. We've got driver's license, and if you can't drive or you don't want to drive, you can get a state government issued ID. So these are things that I think are easy fixes. It's obvious they should be state IDs, and the other thing also is residency. Going around the state, I've heard that some people are using a Verizon bill on their cell phone. Those Verizon bills are not tied to any address. So we need to make sure that they're bringing in viable utility bills or W-2 or 1099 or their stub from work that has their address on it. So those kind of things, we just need to tighten up a little bit.
So one last question, real tough one. Idahoans are entering into the primaries a week from today. Mm-hmm. So what message do you want to leave them with?
I think I'm the best person for this seat. And the reason why, I've got a proven conservative record. I've got a 98% with the American Conservative Union for my lifetime score. So I'm working to cut government and reduce spending in the House, and that's what I've always tried to do. I was so honored to be the Legislator of the Year in 2018 after being in for a couple of years. But I think the main thing that highly qualifies me is my career as being a legislator, my education, my formal education as an educator with my bachelor's, my master's definitely gives me a head up, and I've used both of them. And I think my unique lifestyle of living off grid and having these experiences with the forest fires or flooding or what have you, I've dealt with it and I've helped my citizens deal with the issues as well. So I think I'm the person, I really do. And I would be so honored to be your next Secretary of State. I will deal with these elections. And when Biden says he's going to make all of our elections national, no, we're not. We're not going to have federal elections in this state. We are a sovereign state, and we will fight that. We will make sure that we maintain and take care of our own elections.
Well, Dorothy, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and just wish you the best of luck, and we'll see what happens in a week.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks. Take care. Up next, our candidate for Secretary of State is Phil McGray. And Phil, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Daniel, and thanks, sir, Young Republicans, for having me.
No, I appreciate it. So let's just start off with a tough one. Tell us about yourself.
It's a privilege to be here. I'm a fourth-generation Idahoan. I was born and raised in Pocatello and then Boise. I have a loving wife and 3 young kids that live in the Boise area, and Idaho is home. I'm very proud to be an Idahoan. I was raised on a lot of the values that are attracting so many people to this state. Just, the idea of wanting to be left alone, to live off the land, to help a neighbor when they need a hand, and to be fiscally conservative. I've been active in the Republican Party since high school, helping candidates, attending rallies, doing fundraisers, and really my background has been close to politics in my entire life because I fell into a job right out of college, counting ballots when we voted on punch cards, recruiting and training poll workers, and being an entire part of our election system throughout that entire time. I'm very fortunate. My family lives here in this state, my parents, my 2 sisters, and Idaho really is home, and I just love being here, and it's one of the things that motivates me to continue in this run is because I want my children to be just as blessed as I've been.
So Secretary of State, I think we'd all agree that, just even a few years ago, people didn't know that role existed. It oversees so many distinct areas, whether it's elections, business services, land board. It's kind of an eclectic group there. What makes you uniquely qualified to serve in this role?
One of the things that really makes the Secretary of State unique is it is an executive branch function, and it's one where you have to roll up your sleeves and do the work. My background is in running elections. I've been a part of the election system since straight out of college. I've worked very closely with Secretary Denny and Secretary Usursa over the years to make sure our election system works smoothly. I'm currently the chair of the Elections Committee for the Idaho Association of County Recorders and Clerks. And in my role as a clerk, we're the ones actually doing the counting of ballots and actually running and setting up the polling locations and doing all of that. And the Secretary of State serves as the backbone of that system. And this really is a role where experience counts. As the clerks look for assistance and guidance from the Secretary of State, they're looking for someone who has the answers and can deal with the challenges that are faced. Many people don't think about it, but our elections are often the largest event planning operations that we have in any community, anywhere in the state of Idaho. It's hosting an event just like a backyard barbecue, except for you invite everyone in the community to come out and be a part of it. And that really, there's a lot of complexity that goes into that. But one of the things we've learned over the past 2 years is as we look around the country and the challenges that are faced in places like Arizona and Georgia and Pennsylvania is how important the people and the processes are in our elections. And so I want to bring my experience at the ground level, having counted ballots, having worked with clerks, to make sure that we can continue to have confidence in Idaho. I think we're blessed to be Idahoans. I think when we look across the country, we're blessed to have the election system that we do. And I want to do everything I can to protect it, especially as we see groups from Washington, D.C. and beyond trying to influence Idaho or to change it because other states are having problems. Idaho, the best thing that we can do on so many fronts is to just do it the Idaho way. And I want to make sure our elections are done the Idaho way where every vote counts.
So you mentioned a little bit about election rules and things like that across the country. As we have had a chance to talk to members and people across the state, election integrity, election security is one thing that's just on top of everyone's minds. Describe to me what you think the current state of Idaho election security is, and if you were in role, where would you take it? What would we do different, or if anything?
Yeah, when you think of election integrity and security, there's so many things that come to mind for me, having been a part of it. When I started in the role and we were using punch cards, cybersecurity wasn't even a conversation that we were having. Today, I haven't gone to a conference where cybersecurity doesn't take up half the agenda, right? Because the challenges we face as more and more we rely on technology, and as our population continues to grow as a state, becomes a bigger challenge. And so it's important that we constantly stay at the forefront of what's coming our way. I think we've done a great job in the state. We have protections in place that people don't realize. Like when you register to vote, we're checking against the Department of Transportation, the Social Security Administration, Department of Corrections, vital statistics, and we're regularly cleaning up and checking our voter rolls to make sure that only people who should be voting are the ones who are voting. You know, beyond that, we're also working to protect our elections by prosecuting voter fraud. And I think we have to be vigilant. And that's one of the things that I want to lead in the Secretary of State's office, is to make sure that we're taking all the actions, not just in, say, Boise, but we're doing the same thing in Preston or Bonners Ferry or Salmon, and that every vote in Idaho counts the same. I think we lead the way in the country in terms of how we vote, and we want to continue to be able to do that.
One last question. So Idahoans head to the ballot box a week from today. They're going to select who's going to represent us in November. What message do you want them to leave with as they think about you when they go into that ballot box?
I think one of the first things is the fact that you're even watching these videos says you're engaged. We need more Idahoans to be engaged. Our republic depends on people taking an active role and exercising their right to vote. So thank you for participating, and make sure you make a plan for May 17th. It's important that you vote, not just for the Secretary of State's race, but for all of the races. I really care and have a passion for this work. I've spent my life making sure people can vote. I've counted over millions and millions of votes across my career, and I want to do everything I can to get more people engaged, especially in our primaries. In a state like Idaho, this is such an important part of the process, and so we need more members to get engaged. I think the Young Republicans have done an amazing job over the last year getting more young people involved. And too often when we think of voting, we're thinking of older generations, and our future depends on us. It depends on people like Daniel, you, and I, and so many others getting engaged in the system. I'm excited for the future of our state. I'm excited for the things we can do. I would love to have everyone here's vote and support in our campaign so that we can continue to carry out our message throughout the state, not just into the November election, but into many elections beyond. And I'm excited for this work. I have a passion. As you know, Daniel, I'm an elections junkie. I could either bore you or entertain you with information, but it really is a privilege to be here with the Young Republicans today. And hopefully we see more and more people than ever engaged in voting on May 17th.
Phil McGran, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So up next for Secretary of State, we have Mary Souza. Mary, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm glad to be here.
So let's start off with an easy one.
Okay.
Tell us about Mary.
Well, that's not such an easy question, Daniel, but that's okay. I'm happy to start with that because I am a wife of 43 years to my wonderful husband, and we have 4 great kids. They are grown and highly successful, happy kids, and have given us 2 wonderful grandkids that we love to get together with. We have a lot of extended family. We're very family-oriented people. So I started out as a nurse out of college and a critical care nurse, and really enjoyed that. I'm a nurturing person. My husband started a business a few years later, and I was a nurse for 10 years, and then he started this business and asked me to come and be general manager for 2 years. And 15 years later, I said, honey, I think I'm done. I think you've got a great staff. And so I got busy with school-related things with the kids and community-related things. And one thing led to another, and I was in the Senate. And so now I'm finishing my 8th year in the State Senate representing Coeur d'Alene, and it has been really a wonderful experience.
So Secretary of State, it's a little bit of a unique role. Most people didn't even probably know there was one until the elections last 2020. You're over elections, you're over business services, you're over the land board.
Yes.
Lots of things. What makes you uniquely qualified to serve in that role?
Thank you. That's a really great question because I am actually uniquely qualified. With my background as a critical care nurse responding to crises, and we certainly have had our share of those lately, even though they were healthcare crises, they certainly have an equivalent in other issues that the Secretary of State might have to deal with. And the best thing to do in a crisis is a general consistency among all of the different issues you can come up with. So it's being calm, being careful, looking through all the problems and reacting quickly with a decisive action. So that is definitely something that as a member of a code team on a cardiac unit in a critical care area, I was certainly involved in. I also have been a business owner for the 37 years, as I told you, and so I have that awareness of the needs of business and the needs for low regulation and government help, but staying as far out of the way as possible. The land board is interesting because there's never been a member of the land board in the history of Idaho that anyone can tell me about that has come from North Idaho, which is a center for timber and mining, and that's where I live. So we are very focused on the resources and the importance of resources in our state. And just as an aside, it's really important that we just had a bill that was passed through the Senate unanimously a couple weeks ago to increase the hazard or to create hazard pay for wildland firefighters. In the past, we've been losing our wildland firefighters to other states that pay more and offer hazard pay during active fire situations. We pay less for our firefighters per hour than McDonald's pays, and we are losing them. So the Idaho Department of Land's budget and the hazard pay for wildland firefighters both came up for a vote in the Senate 2 weeks ago, and I voted yes, and the entire Senate was unanimous. But a number of people over in the House voted against it, including a person who wishes to be involved in the land board. So I think it's really important that we be consistent with what we support and our actions follow that.
So coming out of the 2020 elections, even today, one of the things I hear from a lot of our members and people across the state is just the concern for election integrity.
Yes.
I know you're passionate about that issue. Describe to me where you think the current status is of Idaho elections, and if elected, what would you change? What would you go after? What would you do different?
That's probably the most important question you could ask. And right now, there are a lot of people who are questioning the integrity of our Idaho elections. We have no proof of any faults or fraud on a large scale. Certainly, there are individual instances, but none of it that adds up, but also no one is looking. So if you don't search for anything, if you don't look, if you don't examine, then you won't find any problems. We can't do that in Idaho. We are in a very vulnerable spot in our state because of all the other states around us that have massive changes to their election systems, and we don't want to go down that route. We don't want to have all mail ballots like Washington, Oregon, California have, because it's really not a trustworthy system. So I am a member of the Honest Election Project, which is a group of election experts that have invited 12 legislators from across the nation, all of them from swing states except me. And the reason that they have done this is we get together twice a year for these intense workshops. But the reason they've done this is because they know Idaho is in the target zone, and that we have to really be careful. And then Heritage Foundation just came out with a scorecard of election integrity for every state. And what they said about Idaho surprised me, and it surprised everybody. We are ranked number 38th out of 50 in the nation. So it also lines out where our vulnerabilities are, the weaknesses in our laws, and how we can bolster those. So this last session, I tried bringing 5 very good bills having to do with all of areas of our weaknesses, and 4 of them, 2 on the House side and 2 on the Senate side. I have an opponent on the House side, and I have an opponent with very deep connections on the Senate side. And 2 of my bills on each side were blocked. They were blocked because of politics. these were good bills that were vetted by national experts in conservative election integrity. So I was able to get one bill through. It's kind of a stealth bill. It didn't look like an election bill, but it's really very important. And it says, well, I can't tell you. We don't have enough time, but it's a very good bill, and I'm glad that it went through and the governor signed it. So it gives us a little bit of help on our election integrity. But when I'm Secretary of State, we will be bringing the ID bill back. We will be bringing the ballot harvesting bill that I've tried twice now, the session before this last one and this one, both blocked for political reasons. We have no ballot harvesting law in Idaho. So you could have people gathering up hundreds of absentee ballots and dumping them in a ballot drop box in the middle of the night, and it would not be illegal in Idaho. Even if they paid someone for those ballots, would not be illegal because we don't have we don't have a law prohibiting it. So I don't like ballot harvesting at all. I don't like ballot drop boxes that are unmanned. The only way we can do ballot drop boxes is to have an election staff person during election hours standing there and taking the filled out absentee ballot from the voter with their ID showing and put it in the ballot box. And there are so many other things we need to do, but that's just a sampling.
So one last question. A week from today, everyone's heading to the ballot box, primaries are over. What do you want them to walk away with thinking about you when they head in the ballot box?
I want them to know that I'm the person that has the deepest connection with election integrity issues, and I respect the legislature very much. And as Secretary of State, I would not have a vote on any bills at all, but I would be able to work with the legislature on bills to improve our election integrity. And that's what I've done well in my time in the Senate. Let me just do I have time to give you a quick example? The hardest bill this has nothing to do with election integrity directly, but the hardest bill I've ever worked on was the Fairness in Women's Sports Bill. And that's the bill that says boys cannot play on girls' sports teams in Idaho. You would think that would be a no-brainer in Idaho, but it was tremendously difficult. It was stressful. We had to be, the House sponsor and I had to be walked out to our cars by security more than once because of the protests that were going on. And Idaho was the first state in the nation to get that bill through. That kind of fight, that kind of tenacity is what I will bring to the Secretary of State's office, because honest elections are what we all need to be able to trust in our state. They're the foundation of everything that we do. Every other choice we make, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, it doesn't really matter. If you can't trust that your vote for whoever you think would be the best governor or lieutenant governor or legislator, if you can't trust that, then we have lost our freedoms.
Mary Suze, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the next race we're going to pivot to is Attorney General. Now, if you remember the 2020 elections, Attorney Generals became really, really important. They always have been, but became in the news a lot with lawsuits and directions that they could take both with the state, with federal government, et cetera. And so it's a really important position. They are the top litigator, the top attorney for the state of Idaho. And for this race, we have 3 different candidates. The first one is Art McAmer. Art, first, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm very happily married for 30 years, have 2 grown children in master's programs at the U of I. I've been a civil litigator up in Coeur d'Alene for 15 years, been to the state Supreme Court 5 times with 1 case pending a hearing. And so I'm thoroughly soaked in the rules of the courts, and I look at and I think I'm in a good position to help Idaho.
So being the chief litigator responsible for Idaho, obviously it's a legal role. You have to have a lot of qualifications. What makes you uniquely skill-setted for this role?
Well, first of all, I've filed probably, I want to say hundreds of lawsuits, but even if it was only dozens, you learn how to interpret people that you're taking to court. And sometimes you just need to take people to court. There's no nice guy talking them out of it. You just go to court. So that uniquely qualifies me because I've been up to my eyeballs in court actions in Idaho for well over a decade. I have also studied the federal and the state constitutions and their relationship, and I actually wrote the 2018 Idaho Constitutional Amendment, which is now Section 29 of Article 3, that reins in Brad Little's executive power. So I've already been fighting for the people of Idaho. I might as well just get in the seat and keep going.
So Attorney General, obviously a very law-defined role, representing the legislature and the executive branch, in particular maybe the governor and others. We have over 8 candidates that are running for office today for governor. We saw it today in this last legislative session where sometimes the House and the Senate disagrees. A lot of different opinions and ideas and personalities. Not better or worse, just different. As Attorney General, how do you balance your own personal viewpoint versus your clients when sometimes, again, depending upon who gets elected, they may not jive with each other? How do you do that?
Well, first of all, the personal viewpoint of the Attorney General is irrelevant. What the Attorney General's viewpoint is the law. That's the opinion. So let's take a look at what this job is. This is the job of an elected official. So when we talk about the state of Idaho, we have to include the people. And how do we do that? Because we can't run lawsuits for all the people of Idaho, of course. But what we must do, here's the third thing. We can't have a private attorney-client relationship with the governor, whoever it is. That is really not this job. There's actually, as an elected official, there's the Idaho Constitution, which the Attorney General takes an oath to, by the way, and then there's the governor. And so this is where the balance has to take place. And I'll give you an example. If the governor comes to me and says, Art, we have this COVID disease. We don't know what it is. It's scaring us. Even the doctors can't tell us what to do. I want to close the churches. I want to close the businesses. I want to close all of this. And I say, well, Governor, the Idaho Constitution, remember, is a limitation on state power. And as such, the Article 1 rights of the citizens to exercise their rights of faith is guaranteed. So I don't think you can close churches. I think what you need to do is talk to Idaho citizens as adults and maybe talk them into closing the churches for a time. You could say, well, we don't know what this disease is, but we're assessing it, and during this time for 30 to 60 days, according to statute for the state of emergency, we think it would be prudent for you to close your churches. Now, in my view, I think the people of Idaho probably would have done that. I've traveled around the state for over a year, and these are very reasonable, very intelligent people. So give them their due. But the job itself has to do with explaining to the governor what the law is, and then good attorneys help their clients understand why it's important to stay within the bounds of the law. In other words, we say, so if you don't obey the law, here's what happens. If you do obey the law, here's what happens. And is there a third path, which is always do nothing, which of course nobody ever wants to do, but it's still there. I mean, the governor could have done nothing, but okay. Well, here's a second example. If a governor takes federal funds, say millions of dollars of federal funds during a state of emergency, and then allocates them and distributes them by himself or herself or with a little group that they form, however it's done, and they don't get enabling legislation for those allocations from the legislature, then that would be an unconstitutional distribution and allocation of federal funds. My job would be to point that out and say, look, as these funds come in, you need to reconvene the legislature to get them to help you to make those appropriations so that the functions of the Idaho Republic remain intact. They pass a bill, you either veto it or approve it. If you approve it, it becomes law. If it's about money, the allocations go out. This is the way our Constitution works, and we need to get back to these anchors. When you leave the anchors of your legal basis, when you leave your legal structures behind, you always get in trouble. And that's why I say, Idaho's in trouble, we need a new Attorney General.
Kind of expand upon that note a little bit, as we reach out to members, as we talk to Idahoans across the state as well, One of the things they are concerned about is the amount of federal overreach within the Biden administration. As Attorney General in this role, part of that responsibility is protecting Idaho's sovereignty, which may be at the Supreme Court level of the United States. Where do you see as some of the biggest issues today? And if elected, where would you start? What would you do to protect Idaho's sovereignty?
There's an interesting phenomenon going on here, because the extension and the growth and power of the federal government has been going on since essentially the late 1930s. And now it's to the point where it's actually reaching into our homes and our businesses. And so suddenly people are saying, gosh, there's federal overreach. Well, we've actually had it for a while. So if we start to look at those things, and I'll give you an example. The first thing was the OSHA mandates for taking a vaccine. And then the mandates as you recall, the hospital providers and the hospital workers had to take the vaccine, but people in companies where there was over 100 employees did not. But my first question was, wait, occupational health and safety, OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Why does the federal government get involved in health and safety? Everyone knows the police power of the states is health, safety, nuisance, and morality. That's been our power since 1787. So why does the federal government have a health and safety function? And when you look at the federal statutes, it says, well, occupational health, occupational injury and disease negatively impact, guess? Oh, I'll tell you, interstate commerce. So through the Interstate Commerce Clause of the federal Constitution in Article 1, Section 8, they have expanded the power and scope of the federal government for 80 years. Only now when it comes home, only now when employees at INL are being told, you take this shot or you get fired. And a lot of them did get fired. A lot of people got fired throughout Idaho. And so, the first thing is, Idaho is responsible for the health and safety of its citizens, not the federal power. So that's one thing immediately. The second thing is election integrity. They want to use Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the federal Constitution, which says the legislatures of the states handle the time, place, and manner for elections. They want to use everything after the comma, which says, and Congress may make additional rules about this. Well, Congress wants to say, we're taking them over for you. We don't want voter ID. We want there to be drop boxes in every neighborhood, and anybody could just put in any votes that they want. We want essentially a federal takeover of elections. Now this got beaten back recently in the Senate, of course, because the Senate is supposed to be where the states are represented. But it's coming back again. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see it come back this summer. And so the Senate has to hold very firm, or else Idaho has to hold firm. And Idaho would have to sue the federal government and say, no, the federal Constitution makes sense in this, when the states formed and ratified the federal power to even exist. The states gave up certain things, and the states benefited from certain things. Oh, we don't get to coin our own money, okay? We don't get to have our own armies, okay. But we do get to set the voting rules. And so election integrity in Idaho is very important. We have to fight back against that too.
Last question, knowing that a lot of times people, they hear things in the news, they see things on social media, and there's usually some version of it that's true and not true, all that other stuff. As voters head into the primary this next week, what do you want to leave them? What message do you want to leave them with? What should they know about art? Why should they consider you when they go into the voting booth? And what should they take away?
There are two takeaways that I think are critical. Number one is that the Attorney General's job is different from any other job in the executive branch and any job in the legislature in that it is not a policy job. The Attorney General does not make policy. We don't consider policy. It's not our job. The legislature is supposed to use policy, make the law according to the will of the people, and then it comes over to the executive branch for enforcement. So this is the key takeaway. It's a law job, it's not a policy job. So if you have candidates running that are law-focused, law expertise runs high. Law is what they think about all the time. Law is where their primary fidelity is too. And if you have other candidates for the job who are policy-oriented, have always been policy-oriented, who are considering their donors' interests, something like this, you don't want the policy people, you want the law people. So that's number one. Number two, the people of Idaho need to recognize that they really want a fighter in the position. That is somebody who understands that filing lawsuits is one of the primary duties. Now, there's 130 attorneys in the AG's office. The legislature in 1997 had all the attorneys plunked into the AG's office. So if you wonder why the executive is way up here and the legislature is way down here in terms of power in our republic, one thing that lends to that is that they don't have their own attorneys in-house. So my plan is this. Of the 130 attorneys in the office, I'm going to assess what portion of that work is actually work for the legislature, whatever it is. Then those attorneys are going to get cut from my budget and they'll go back to the legislature. We need a legislative counsel's office so that when Megan Blanksma or whoever is in the legislature at all wants to get a legal opinion on the laws they're creating, they'll be able to do that with an attorney-client privilege thing, and then the law gets printed, and then it becomes an RS, and it becomes public. But without those legal opinions, the legislature is at a real deficit at making good law. Now, here's the second part of the plan. You remember I wrote the 2018 constitutional amendment. That allows the legislature to revise and repeal executive branch rules, what we call the IDAPA rules, the Idaho Administrative Procedure Act rules. There are 722 sets of these rules, Daniel, for 1.8 million people. So the second part of my plan is, and I would recommend this to the legislature, although I can't control it from the AG's office, is that the Legislative Counsel's office in the legislature helps the legislators make better law. It helps the interim committees in the off session, but then it turns its big guns on the executive branch IDAPA rules and says, how can we really cut back this regulation from the executive? And I think that's going to be very, very important. So in addition to that, which is moving the attorneys around so that we get a better balance in our republic, is I want to have a strike force of attorneys that monitor federal and state cases. And when Idaho, and executive orders, of course, everything coming out of the Biden White House, or any White House, frankly, where Idaho state sovereignty needs to be supported and re-energized, we're going to get into those cases. So we're either going to initiate cases, we're going to join cases, we might file amicus briefs, we might recommend the court take a little different view of who the parties should be. So that, in cases like Texas versus Pennsylvania, the whole Republic of Texas sued the whole Republic of Pennsylvania and the other 4 states. What really should have happened, in my view, was the legislature of Texas should have sued the executive and judicial branches of Pennsylvania and then called for the court to join in the legislature of Pennsylvania with it, because that was that Article 1, Section 4 place where and of course, the U.S. Supreme Court threw it out, no standing. Well, probably the whole Republic of Texas did not have standing. That's probably a good ruling. But I think the legislature, so, you need to be a practicing attorney to see these things. And, surely Ken Paxton of Texas is a practicing attorney. But somebody in that office didn't think this through, and the case got dismissed. I don't think it should have been dismissed. So we need somebody who can provide thought leadership and direction to the attorneys in the AG's office. If you in any profession, say at a hospital, the head surgeon, all the other surgeons come to the head surgeon and go, boy, I got this difficult issue. Here's the chart, here's the thing, what should I do? That's the type of leadership I can provide to the deputy attorney generals in the AG's office. They come to me and say, Art, we don't really know the best argument to make in this case. What do you think? And we always get a second set of eyes on things like this because they are critical to Idaho state sovereignty. So those two things are the clearest thing. It's a law job, it's not a policy job. And number two, we need to move some attorneys around, reinvigorate our republic, and then go to battle for the people of Idaho. We need to reinvigorate that 10th Amendment.
Well, I really appreciate you coming in. It's been a pleasure to get to know you a little bit better, and thank you for spending the time. And good luck in a week.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I appreciate it.
Take care. So up next, we have candidate Raul Labrador running for Attorney General. Raul, thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be here, man.
So let's start off with an easy one. Tell us about you.
You know, I'm a father, a husband, a grandfather now. I have 5 kids, 2 grandkids, and 1 grandchild on the way. I'm a lawyer. Obviously, I'm running for Attorney General. I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, and I moved to the mainland when I was in high school, graduated from Las Vegas High School, then went to college in Utah. And in Utah, I met a young, beautiful woman from Boise, Idaho. And now we have been married for 30 years, and the rest is history. You know, she made me a better person, and I'm able to live in a wonderful state like Idaho that has completely changed my life. So it's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful life.
So being the chief litigator responsible for Idaho, obviously it's a legal role. You have to have a lot of qualifications. What makes you uniquely skill-setted for this role?
You know, I actually have the perfect qualifications for this job because I was a practicing lawyer for 15 years. I had my own law practice. I had a law firm with 3 attorneys and 5 paralegals. I practiced immigration law and criminal law. Immigration law is actually a very difficult statutory law. It's a very difficult law that deals with policy making, regulatory law, and that's what the Attorney General does. They deal with regulatory law all day long. The Supreme Court and a bunch of legal scholars have said that immigration law is probably the second most difficult law in the United States. Number 1 being tax law, and number 2 being immigration law, because it changes all the time. So to be a good immigration lawyer, you have to be pretty wise. You have to be really smart. You have to be pretty perceptive about changes in the law, and that's what a good attorney general should do. And obviously, an attorney general also deals with criminal issues, and I was a criminal lawyer, so those are 2 really important things that an attorney general does. But the Attorney General also deals with politics a lot and deals with different branches of government. They have to deal with the legislature. They have to deal with Congress. With the legislature and with the governor. And with other executive offices in the state. And as you know, I have extensive experience in Washington, D.C. and in the state as a legislator. I was 4 years state legislator here in Idaho, and then I was 8 years as a congressman in Washington, D.C. So those relationships that I have, all those experiences that I have will make me a really strong attorney general. And in fact, the people of Idaho and the legislature, they're ready for a new attorney general. As you know, this attorney general has been in office for 20 years. He's been the sitting attorney general for 20 years, and before that, he was a deputy attorney general for 10. So he's been a bureaucrat really for 30 years. And most legislators want a new attorney general because they don't deal with that office very well. They think they're getting bad legal advice from the office. They don't always get a lot of help from that office, and they're looking for somebody that can actually help them just do a better job for the state of Idaho. So,
mentioning all the different groups that you serve as part of the state, I think there's upwards of 8 candidates running for governor. All of them have different opinions and views. How do you balance that? Because they're not right or wrong; they're just different viewpoints. How do you balance your own personal viewpoint versus what might be, say, Governor A, B, C, D, E, and if those are in conflict with each other?
Yeah, no, I think that's the most important thing. I think that's my biggest strength is that I have no problem being strong in the things that I believe in, but I also like to work with people. I like people.
So working with people is one of the things that I like doing the most, and I don't mind disagreeing with somebody and having a strong conversation with somebody, but I always try to do it with a smile. I always try to do it in a pleasant way. I try to be cordial in the things that I do, and I just outline the things that I think are important for the state. So I don't have a problem working with anybody. I think some other people have had a problem working with me because there's a lot of people in politics who don't like people to disagree with them. And I have no problem disagreeing with people, and I don't have problems when people disagree with me. I actually find some of the best conversations I've had in politics is with somebody who completely disagrees with me when they want to really have a conversation, not when they're trying to lecture you. When somebody's trying to lecture you, I think that makes it very difficult in politics. And frankly, it's one of the issues that many legislators and many people in Idaho have with our current Attorney General. Whenever you disagree with him, he loves to tell people, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not a lawyer. I have never used that phrase in my entire life, that somebody doesn't know what they're talking about because they're not a lawyer. I think that's a very condescending way to deal with people, and I don't think we need to do that. I think I can outline the reasons why I believe something with somebody really well, and I'm willing to listen to what the other people are trying to say, because a lot of times you learn from other people who disagree with you.
One of the other things we hear from our members and Idahoans across the state is, especially with the Biden administration the last year and with COVID and things, is just the amount of federal overreach. How do we protect Idaho's sovereignty, and how do you go about doing some of that?
Idaho needs an aggressive Attorney General. One of the biggest differences I have with this Attorney General is that he's not been aggressive enough, has not taken on the Biden administration enough. He has in the last 6 months joined a lot of lawsuits that I don't think he would have joined in the past because he wasn't being challenged by somebody strong. But I think an Attorney General is probably the most important position that we have in the state right now, because the Biden administration every single day is trying to do things to take away our rights and our sovereignty. Just last week, just a few days ago, the Biden administration started with new regulations on gun control. So whatever they can't get passed through the legislative process, they're going to do through executive orders. And you need an aggressive Attorney General who's willing to, every single time that he does something that crosses the line, that takes them on. I have relationships with multiple attorneys general throughout the United States. In fact, I have two really good friends that I served with in Congress that are attorneys general in Louisiana and Indiana, that they're the ones who encouraged me to run for attorney general because they feel that they don't have a partner in the attorney general in the state of Idaho. And they know that with me, they will have a partner, because what you do as attorney general is you join with all these other attorneys general and you take on the Biden administration. And they do that regularly. And I would be joining them in those fights. But it's really important executive overreach at the state level as well. And a good, strong attorney general should not be a yes man for the governor or for the executive branch. In my opinion, the role of the attorney general is to ensure that the executive branch is not overreaching and not violating the constitutional rights of the people of Idaho or violating separation of powers. And in the state of Idaho, over the last 2 years, you've had an executive branch that has actually violated separation of powers many, many times and not reached out to the legislature. This attorney general has been a yes man to the governor. I would actually be a person who would tell the governor, whoever the governor is after this election, that they cannot do certain things that the Constitution and the statutes do not let them do.
Thanks for those answers. One last one just to wrap up. And again, a week from today, everyone's going to the voting booths for the primaries. What message do you want to walk away with? What do you want them to walk away with before they walk into those booths?
I love the people of Idaho. I love the state of Idaho. I have served the state of Idaho in different capacities, and I've been proud of the things that I have done. I think the people of Idaho have been excited about the things that I have done in Congress, in the legislature, and I think it's time for a change in the Attorney General's office. When you have a person who's been there for 30 years, I think that person becomes stale. I actually have a friend who approached me the other day and said that he went to law school with the current Attorney General, and he likes the current Attorney General, but he found that the Attorney General has changed in the 30 years that he's been in that office because he's been there too long. I think it's time for a new Attorney General, somebody who's going to be aggressive, who's going to protect the sovereignty and the rights of the people of Idaho and the state of Idaho, and I think I'm that man, so I hope to get your trust and your support, and thanks for listening.
Attorney General candidate Raul Labrador. Raul, thank you again for coming in.
It's great to be with you.
So next we're talking with Lawrence Bosden. Lawrence, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. So let's just start off with a real tricky one. Tell us about you.
Well, I'm born in Idaho, about as Idaho as you can get. Lived my young life in Nampa, for a few years in Caldwell, back to Nampa, went to junior high and high school in Twin Falls, and went to school at BYU and then the University of Idaho to law school. My wife and I have made our home in Idaho. My first job was in Canyon County as a deputy prosecutor. I had a private practice in Nampa. I was an associate at Hamilton, Clark and Michelson, and also concurrently was the Owyhee County prosecuting attorney. Then got into a really ugly murder case. It was the murder of a police informant and very involved case. Ended up, that case went to trial after I left office. I was hired by Attorney General Jim Jones and then worked for Attorney General Larry Echohawk and then Attorney General Al Lance. I was a line deputy, a supervising deputy, and ultimately the chief of staff for my predecessor, ran for the office in 2002 and was elected in 2000, or took office in 2003. And I've been the Attorney General ever since.
Well, it kind of leads me to my next question, although you kind of talked about it, and that is, when you think about the Attorney General role, right, the chief litigator of the state, defender of Idaho's freedom, what makes you uniquely qualified?
Well, my experience makes me uniquely qualified. And you said chief litigator, and that is true. There's some who believe that the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer, and that's not technically correct. The chief law enforcement officer is the head of the state police, and he answers to the governor. My job is as the head lawyer for the state, the attorney for the state. And that's specifically what the law provides. What the law says is that my duty is to represent the state and its agencies and offices and officers and boards and commissions. That's the specific language of the statute, and says that I represent other state entities. So I am uniquely qualified because I've done that for 20 years. And that is one of the challenging questions that an attorney general always has to deal with, and that is, where's your client? Who is your client? And there are occasions when I definitely have a statutorily identified client, and sometimes it is the state itself, which again is, for me, is a statutorily defined client. And so that's what makes me uniquely qualified, is that's precisely what I have done. I've done it for a long time. I understand how to do it. My office is about 220 people, about 120 lawyers. I have offices in Coeur d'Alene, Lewiston, Caldwell, Boise, Twin Falls, Pocatello, and Idaho Falls. So it's a very large operation. Every legal issue that the state is involved in, we are involved in. So it is a very challenging job, and it's something that I've done for a long time, and that's unique. One of the other uniquenesses is that I have served as a prosecutor, both in Canyon and Owyhee counties. I'm the only prosecutor in this race. That is a significant function of what the Office of the Attorney General does in doing special prosecutions. We do about 150 to 200 of those a year. We also do about somewhere between 800 and 1,000 criminal appeals every year. So criminal law is also a good background that I have to bring to this job.
So, mentioned, all the different groups that you serve as part of the state. I think there's upwards of 8 candidates running for governor. All of them have different opinions and views. How do you balance that? Because, they're not right or wrong. They're just different viewpoints. How do you balance your own personal viewpoint versus what might be, say, Governor A, B, C, D, E, and if those are in conflict with each other?
That's a very important function of the Attorney General. The Attorney General is not a policymaker. Some people say that, and they give lip service to that concept, but they don't actually want to fulfill it. And that is as the Attorney General, when the law says that I represent the governor, and it does say that, so when the governor asks for me to provide him legal advice, I'm required by the law to do that. I don't get to sidestep it. I don't get to say no. My job is to be the lawyer for the governor or for my other statutory clients. And so when they have a view that is different from mine, their view prevails. And that's how it should be. I'm the lawyer. I do two things. I give them legal advice, which they can accept or reject, and then I represent them in court after they've made that decision. Some people have said, well, why didn't you sue the governor? Well, that's a very simple reason why I didn't sue the governor. It's because the governor is my client, and it's illegal for me to sue him. It would be a violation of my oath of office, and it would be a violation of my oath as an attorney to sue the governor. I don't get to hold a press conference and say, the governor was wrong. That, again, would be a violation of my duty as an attorney. So it's very simple, and that is that in the policymaking arena, the policymakers reign supreme. They get to say what the policy is. I advise, they make decision, then I litigate. And that's how it works.
So Lawrence, one of the other things we hear from our members and Idahoans across the state is, especially with the Biden administration the last year and with COVID and things, is just the amount of federal overreach. How do we protect Idaho's sovereignty, and how do you go about doing some of that?
That's a great question, and I want to draw a distinction. It's not always federal overreach. It can be state overreach as well. Very good example of that is what happened 2 years ago in 2020, December of 2020, when Texas filed a lawsuit against Pennsylvania and other states. The question in that case was not the efficacy of the 2020 presidential election. Instead, the question in that case was, can one sovereign state, that is Texas, sue another sovereign state, that is Pennsylvania and other states, for that state's exercise of its sovereign power? The answer to that question is no. In fact, all 9 members of the United States Supreme Court answered that question and said, I was right. I did not join that case because Texas didn't have the ability to sue Pennsylvania over Pennsylvania's exercise of its sovereign power. Think about that for a moment. If Texas can sue Pennsylvania for exercising its sovereign power, then California can sue us for the exercise of our sovereign power. I don't think California should be able to control Idaho, and I believe you feel the same way. Federalism is not just that we have a national government and state governments, but that we have independent state governments. None of them gets to control the others. That is, California can't control Idaho, but Idaho can't control Pennsylvania. That's why I did not join, and nearly alone, I'm the one who stood up for Idaho's sovereignty. Now, we have a number of other federal cases. I sued the Obama administration, the Biden administration. I also sued the Obama administration, but I sued the Biden administration when they issued a directive to OSHA to require vaccinations for all companies with more than 100 employees. Why did we do that? It's because it's beyond the scope of authority that OSHA has. And the state has responsibility with regard to protecting the health, safety, and welfare and morals of the people. It's called the police power. So we did sue OSHA. We took that all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, yeah, we'll issue a stay of the rules promulgated by OSHA because that is beyond the scope of authority that OSHA has. And we also did the same thing with regard to, we sued on the CMS case, we sued on the state contractors or the federal contractors case. So there's a variety of instances in which we sue, but it really matters, what are the facts, what is the law, and if we have the facts in the law and there's a violation of law, we then have a cause of action. Sometimes we have that, sometimes we don't. So sometimes we join a case, other times we don't. The facts and the law may be different in other states. State of Louisiana is an example with its Head Start program. Very different from what happens in Idaho. In Idaho, Head Start is a federally run program. It is not a state program. That's not how it is in Louisiana. In that whole context, I represent the state and state agencies, but I represent all of Idaho, all of its citizens collectively, not individually. I don't represent you on your divorce or your lot line dispute or your contract dispute, but I represent us all collectively, and that's how the law says that I have my responsibility. That's specifically what the law says is my duty. So that's how we protect the sovereignty of the state of Idaho.
Thanks for those answers. One last one just to wrap up. And again, a week from today, everyone's going to the voting booths for the primaries. What message do you want to walk away with? What do you want them to walk away with before they walk into those booths?
The most significant issue in this race is the rule of law. Either we have an attorney general who is willing to take the hard knocks, make the hard decisions, and uphold the rule of law, or we don't. Either we believe in the rule of law or we don't. When the law says that the attorney general's duty is to represent the state and state agencies, that means that we don't get to just choose to ignore that. That means that we're stuck, in a sense, with what that law says. When the law says that Roe versus Wade is the law of this country, whether I agree or disagree with that, and I do disagree, and I think the Supreme Court is wrong, but when the court says that's the law, then that's the law. And so when I render an opinion based upon that, then I have to render that opinion based on the law, not what's politically good for me, not what is politically popular with other people. I try to say it this way, and that is that it's like you and I are in a car. We're driving down the road. We look up, we see a traffic signal. I notice that it's red. You turn to me and you say, "What color is the light?" I have one of two answers I can give you. I can tell you the truth, and I can say the light is red, and you get angry and you say, "Well, that's simply because you're a red light lover." Or I can lie to you, and I can tell you the light is green, and you slap me on the back and you say, "You're a great patriot." The problem is, if I'm willing to lie to you, it doesn't change the color of the light. The light is still red, and when you drive through the intersection, you're going to get hit. I don't serve your interest by telling you what you want to hear. I only serve your interest by telling you what you need to know. That's the upholding the rule of law. That's the significant factor in this case. Others have said, well, when I'm elected, we'll finally have a conservative attorney general. The problem is, as the attorney general, when I've stood on the State House steps and taken an oath, my oath is to uphold the Constitution and of the United States, the Constitution of the state of Idaho, and to perform my duties as they're prescribed by law. I don't represent Democrats or Republicans or libertarians or moderates or liberals or conservatives. My job is to represent the state. It is to uphold the law. And if the law is in our favor, great. And if it isn't in our favor, then that's what we do. The significant difference in this race is that I am, have, and will continue to uphold the rule of law, not the rule of whim, and not the rule of politics, because I have a proven 20-year record of making hard decisions, telling people what they need to know rather than what they want to hear. Do we help people draft legislation so that they can improve it? Absolutely. But you sometimes have to tell your client, you just can't do that. And sometimes you can tell them, hey, here's a better way. Maybe we can do it this way. What's the significant difference in this whole race? The rule of law. I have a very proven track record. Abraham Lincoln said, put your feet in the right place and stand firm. That's what I have done. That's what I will continue to do. I ask for your vote.
Lawrence Wasden, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
So next we're going to transition to Lieutenant Governor. And for those of you who aren't aware, it's kind of like a fancy way of saying the Vice President of Idaho. That's kind of the second in command. And really important role, obviously has to step in if anything happens to the governor. And the first candidate we're going to be talking with here is Priscilla Giddings. So Priscilla, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Daniel.
So let's just pretend people don't know who you are, although I'm sure they do. But tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I grew up in a Christian family here in Idaho. My mom was in education for 30 years. My father was in law enforcement for 50 years. And I just had a strong desire to serve in the military. We had the chance to live in Israel when I was a kid. I witnessed terrorism firsthand, and I quickly realized that freedom is a thing worth fighting for. And so I made it a goal to go to the Air Force Academy, and we moved back home to Idaho Falls and then up to Riggins. That's where I graduated from high school. And then I went off to the Air Force Academy. From there, went off to pilot training, got to fly the A-10 Warthog, and then transitioned into the MC-12. Spent nearly 1,000 combat hours in Afghanistan and saw, friends from right here in Idaho give up their life in the fight for freedom for the Afghanis. And I quickly realized that, while we were fighting for their freedom, we were slowly losing some of those freedoms like fair elections and the rule of law right here in Idaho. And so I felt called to get involved in politics locally. So I came back home, transitioned into the Idaho Air National Guard, and then into the Air Force Reserves. I'm currently a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force Reserves, and then jumped into the legislature. I've been a legislator for the last 6 years. And let's see, my first year in the legislature, met the love of my life, a fourth-generation farmer from Glens Ferry, and we have 2 little girls. So we're busy.
So obviously the resume you're just talking about, but what makes you uniquely qualified for lieutenant governor?
Yeah. So I would say primarily my leadership experience, having served now over 20 years in the military. I've traveled to 30 different countries, I've worked with NATO allies, and have a lot of experience how to be an officer in the military and how to lead with integrity. And also I would say my conservative voting record. In the legislature over the last 6 years, I have a 97% conservative voting record with the American Conservative Union. And I think we need someone who's going to fight for conservative values here in Idaho. I've pledged to support the Republican platform, our state Republican platform, unlike my opponent. But I think we still need leadership, conservative Republican leadership in the executive branch.
So we talked about the executive branch a little bit. I think there's upwards of 7 or 8 candidates running for governor right now. Difference of opinion left and right on different things. How do you go about working with the governor, whoever that person might be?
Yeah, as I was mentioning with my experience working with military professionals all over the world, I can work with anyone, and I look forward to working with whoever Idahoans elect to be our next governor. I hope it's a strong conservative and that we can lead this state to be a conservative state like Florida with strong conservative values. However, the role of lieutenant governor is a little bit different in Idaho. It's dual-hatted. The first role is to be the presiding officer over the state senate, and the second role is to be the acting governor when the governor can't fulfill the duties. Nowhere in there does it say that the two are always going to be working together, or that it's necessarily a partnership like in other states where they run on the same ticket. In Idaho, they're different tickets, and therefore my job is to serve the constituents of Idaho and to be a liaison for Idahoans to our governing agencies, not necessarily to be a manager of government and to do whatever the governor says. My role is to serve Idahoans.
So within that, there's a lot going on across Idaho, a lot going on across the world and America these days. What would you say are the 2 of the biggest issues facing Idahoans? And if Lieutenant Governor, how would you tackle those?
It'd be challenging to narrow it down to 2. I serve on the budget committee, so the number one thing that I see and that I'm concerned about is our excessive spending. Just in the last 6 years, we've almost doubled our budget from $6.9 billion to $12.9 billion, and 46% of that is coming from the federal government. And with that comes strings. And so I'm concerned that we need to get away from this excessive federal spending. We had the trillions of dollars of Biden bucks, 21 billion of that is flooding into Idaho. And that's not sustainable. Just this year, we grew government 21% and added 222 employees to state government. In a year of historical inflation, that's not exactly fiscally conservative, and it's not sustainable. So I would say more to focus on our budget and our spending is one of my largest concerns. But then you roll into the other concerns is, of course, our education system. And we're seeing critical race theory in all levels. This year, we've kind of been fighting the indoctrination through different inappropriate and explicit material in library books. And we really need to take a proactive approach to enforce the law, to root that stuff out of Idaho. We had 20 plus teachers who signed a pledge saying they were going to teach critical race theory no matter what the law said. If we had strong leadership like a Governor DeSantis, that wouldn't happen here in Idaho. So we definitely need to enforce the law. And with that, though, I think one of of the best ways to strengthen our schools is to have the money follow the child. Just like we see in healthcare, you get to pick your doctor and then the money goes to your doctor. We need to have a similar situation for our schools. And I think that will actually strengthen Idaho schools and help our students to be innovators of the future.
So Idahoans are going to the ballot box from the primaries 1 week from today. What message do you want them to walk away with about you when they walk into those voting booths?
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, the most important election for the future of Idaho. And one of the things we have seen with our concerns with election integrity, Idaho was ranked 38th in the nation with the Heritage Foundation regarding election integrity. My number one thing is to encourage everybody to vote in person. But number two, it's going to be to get to go vote. There's such a small percentage of Idahoans who are actually voting. Of 1.8 million Idahoans, I bet we'll get about 200,000 that will turn out in the Republican primary. So encourage your family, encourage your friends to get out to the polling location, and then also be an educated voter and look up people's voting histories. I think the American Conservative Union is a strong one to look at, but we need all voters on deck because we've had thousands of Democrats who have registered as Republicans to try to flip our state. We have huge lobby groups spending millions of dollars to try to impact our elections. And so I want voters to be savvy, to vote. Find out more, you can go to my website at gettingsforidaho.com. We are doing an AR-15 gun giveaway. You just have to sign up with your email address. And I hope to earn your vote.
Representative Priscilla Giddings, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Daniel, for the opportunity.
Next, we're going to be speaking with Speaker Scott Bedke. Scott's running for Lieutenant Governor. Scott, thanks for joining us today.
Well, it's my pleasure. This is a great opportunity.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm assuming most do, but let's just assume they don't. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I have been in the state legislature since the 2001 session. I've been elected Speaker of the House for the last 10 years, so that's the last 5 elections consecutively. But in real life, I think more importantly, I'm a father, a grandfather, and a rancher from Oakley. I am privileged to represent the 4th generation on our family's cattle operation in the in the Magic Valley there. We've been very blessed to live there since the 1870s. Sarah and I have 4 adult children. We have great in-laws. Sons and daughters, and between all 4 of them, we have 14 grandkids. So that makes us view the world through their eyes and wanting to have our grandkids have the same opportunities that their great-grandparents had. And so I kind of view everything more generational than just the next year or 2.
So, Lieutenant Governor, kind of like the Vice President of Idaho, right? 1 second away from being in charge. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role?
Well, for the last 10 years, I've been the Speaker of the House, and under my leadership, under my leadership, we have created the best state in the union to live, to work, and to raise a family. Everything that has made Idaho great has made Idaho a destination state, if you want to call it that. Every one of those good ideas has either started in my office or come across my desk. So we didn't fall to the top of this heap. We worked our way, and it's been through years of conservative Republican leadership in the legislature that has created this foundation upon which we build now. And we've been discovered, and there's no going back. And so I believe my direct involvement, being more results-oriented than rhetoric-oriented, makes me uniquely qualified for this position. I have the most experience. I have the most knowledge on the issues I believe that face Idaho. And besides that, I've worked with 3 governors before. We create a working relationship, and I think that working relationship serves Idaho well.
So if you think about Idaho the last few years, much like the rest of the world, right? COVID, all these things are going on. Some really great things, some really tough things. As you look forward to the future, what do you see as like the two biggest challenges facing Idahoans today, and how would you tackle those as Lieutenant Governor?
Well, I believe the biggest challenge will be how we manage growth. Like I said earlier, we have been discovered, and so that's going to make there be increased competition for everything that every government service that we have, whether it's our school systems, whether it's our road and bridge system, whether it's our water systems, delivery systems. Agriculture is still a major driver in our state's economy, and how we conserve the water in our rivers and our aquifers will largely drive the economies, particularly in the southern part of the state. So I believe that those will be our challenges going forward. I think that some of the challenges are from outside of our state. I think that the flawed border policies that led in unchecked immigration, but all of the problems that come with that. The fentanyl issue is blowing up before our eyes, and including here in Idaho. I've been appointed to the Esto Perpetua working group to come up with some solutions and bring back some recommendations to next year's legislature, as well as the governor this year, on how we check this fentanyl. That is making worse all of the existing drug problems. And it doesn't seem to me like we're going to be able to arrest our way out of this. This is going to be a multi-pronged approach. We're going to have an educational component. We're going to have a law enforcement component, et cetera. And so those are two of the biggest challenges I think that we'll face is growth and how we react to that, but then also these outside influences that are coming into our state. And many of these influences are not positive on the Idaho values that we have baked into the way we do things here in the state.
I think right now there's about 8 candidates for governor. And all have different personalities, different thoughts, not better or worse, just different. Right. As Lieutenant Governor, knowing that, how do you build that relationship with the governor? You mentioned you've worked for 3 of them. How do you go about doing that to bring all Idahoans together?
Well, we've got to keep in mind who we work for as elected officials, and that and the answer is our constituents. And so after the election, we need to put our shoulder to the wheel and work for Idaho. And I believe I've proven that I can work with just about anyone, frankly, in the 20 years that I've been in the legislature. We don't always agree, but there are so many things that we do agree on. And I think we build on those agreements. Everybody wants their kids well educated. Everybody wants the lightest touch of government in their lives. And how we get there, of course, is where the divergence starts. But those greater things unite us. And I think with that overlap of our positions, we can, we ought to be able to come up with some common solutions. Frankly, I am committed to working with whomever is elected as the governor. In Idaho, of course, we don't run on a ticket, and so that's just part of the job. You work with whoever the people select, and I'm committed to doing that, and I believe I have the skill set to do that.
All righty. So one last question. Idahoans are heading into the primary voting booths here a week from today. They're going to make up their mind. What do you want them to walk away with from tonight before they head in there?
Well, I think that they need to understand that I've been elected Speaker of the most conservative legislative body in the nation for the last 5 consecutive terms. I have proven results. I lean less on rhetoric and more on results. And it doesn't matter which area we think that we'll have conflict going forward, whether it's education. I've spent time on the education committees. I've carried the education budget. I have 14 grandkids that are all either in public schools or soon to be in public schools. So I have a vested interest in our kids' success. I have a vested interest in conserving our water here in the state. Our economy in my part of the state is heavily dependent on the Snake River and all of the tributaries. And I have a proven track record of mediating those issues and creating solutions that have worked for not only the groundwater pumpers, but also the surface water users. That agreement is in place, and as we look forward into this drier year, that will serve us well as we go forward. I've spent a lot of time on the tax committee, and I understand the tax policy here in the state, including property taxes. And I think that'll be an issue that we'll have to come back to time and time again, because it's important to me that our seniors are able to age in place and not be forced out of their homes because of tax policy here, whether that tax policy originates at the local unit of government and is overseen by the state. The state has an opportunity to ameliorate that, and we should be found doing that. Our state is growing, and we can't let all of this new growth change who we are. We've been careful about putting our Idaho values into policy for all these many years, and we've been discovered. And so it's going to create some challenges, but we're up to that challenge. And I think that I have a proven track record that speaks for itself. As we face these challenges, I think you need someone with experience and a proven track record to keep our state growing and keeping it a state that we can all be proud of.
Speaker Scott Bedke, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and transition, and we're going to be talking about the role of Governor of Idaho. Obviously, a really important position. It is our representative across the entire state who speaks for each and every one of us. And the person who wins the primaries will take on the Democratic candidate here in November, and the winner of that will serve for the next 4 years. Obviously can take Idaho in many different directions. So we have multiple candidates. Let's go ahead and meet our first one. We're here with Cody Usabel. Cody, how's it going tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Well, I realize a lot of people may not know who you are. Tell us about yourself.
Yep, my name's Cody Usabel. I'm fourth generation Idahoan. I'm originally from Marsing, Idaho. I had a farm out there. I grew up doing 4-H, FFA, played sports, all the sports in school. Then I went to college, came back, worked, and I'm currently at UPS, driving truck. I'm married to my beautiful wife, Savannah. We have one daughter, her name's Vivian, and we have 3 weenie dogs and 1 Yorkie. They're a lot of fun.
So, running for governor.
Yes, running for governor.
So, what made you want to run, and what makes you a good candidate?
Well, I wanted to run because I'm just kind of getting tired of all the fake rhino Republican politicians, all the corruption, lying. After all the lockdowns that we've been through with Brad Little and all the mandates and stuff, I really decided now is a good time to run. And we've also got a federal government that's becoming more authoritarian. So Idaho's last line of defense is the governor. You know, he's the one that's going to stop that. What makes me a good candidate is do what I say I'm going to do. I'm not owned by any special interest groups, and so I don't owe anybody any favors. Now is the time for Republican voters to pay attention in the primaries and get themselves a good Republican candidate.
So you kind of mentioned COVID, over the last few years, there's been a lot of things hitting Idahoans and the world really. But as you kind of look at things on the ground today, what are the 2 biggest issues facing Idahoans in your mind, and how would you tackle them?
I think the 2 biggest issues that we have are gaining and keeping our wealth, and the second one would be education. So on the first one, to gain and keep your wealth, I think we need to get with some like-minded Congress members and try to pass some legislation and reduce and eliminate certain taxes. We really need to be able to keep more of what we earn, because I feel like we're getting bled to death through taxes, and then again we got to pay after we die. It really makes it hard for Idahoans to gain anything with the rising costs. So if We could do that. It would help, pass on some wealth to your kids and so on. So you could build a future. And then under that, I would say that the housing market is also another one. And how we're going to kind of get prices back down and make it affordable for Idahoans, I would think we'd need to stop all these big investment companies just buying up homes, driving prices up in Idaho. If there's a way that we can get around that. That way we can have more Idahoans as homeowners instead of renters. The second thing I would say it'd be education. We need to pass some legislation for mandatory certain curriculum and mandatory teacher behavior. We need to kick out some critical race theory, the gender theory, all that's got to go, or whatever the leftists want to replace those names with. They seems like they come up with new names for that all the time. Definitely in school we need to end the sexualization of children. All this talking with all that gender theory and stuff. If you had that conversation on a playground, somebody would be arrested. That's borderline pedophilia. In addition to expanding the curriculum, I really think it would be advantageous to have some sort of life skill class. That way students are graduate, they can't really go out in the world and work or live. So something, that would teach them basic cooking, stuff financially, how to buy a house, car, how credit works, how investing works, home maintenance, maybe some oil changes or, on your vehicle, some child care. And I also think we could integrate some trade school into high school. That way, when you leave high school, you have possible credits or even credits to graduate or go on to, to trade school in college. I know when I went to school, we had CASA, and we could almost graduate high school with a diploma in college. So that was really handy.
So you just watch the news, you watch social media and things. It just feels like Americans are getting more polarized, right? If elected, you speak for all of Idaho. How do you bring everyone together?
I don't know if we can bring everybody together. The gap between the left and the right is so vast. We don't have the same values, same beliefs. So how do you bridge a gap like that? There's certain things that I like. If you're a conservative, a Republican, you're going to have to draw the line in the sand, and this is something that you're not going to go past or not allow. And for me, a few of those things, all this gender theory, sexualization of children in school, that can't happen. That's a line in the sand. There's no middle ground. I won't ever find any middle ground there. The second thing would be the Second Amendment. Like right now, again, Biden's pushing gun control again. That's another line in the sand. Like, that's nothing we're ever going to get rid of. There's no compromise. In fact, we should actually have some more freedom. We should have, opportunities to have fully automatic weapons, silencers, especially if you're a law-abiding citizen. There's no reason that you shouldn't have something like that because you're a law-abiding citizen. The other thing, was also as abortion. That's another thing that conservatives I don't think should budge on either. That's taking a human life. There's no middle ground there. And with those, you set the conservative values that you want in your state. That's going to reflect in your children through schooling, and that's going to set the culture. That's going to set the culture that you want to live in, as a culture with conservative values.
So Idahoans, 1 week from today, heading into the ballot box for the primaries. What message do you want to leave them with?
I just want to leave you guys with the message that this is probably going to be the most important election that we'll see in our lifetime. As polarized as things are, this is really going to be an epic election to have somebody that's going to represent you and protect the state. The government's going to definitely be trying to do some overreach again. You can already see the writing on the wall. So make sure you guys get out May 17th and vote. Get your friends out, get your family out. These primaries are the most important part of the election.
Cody Isabel, everybody. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Our next candidate for governor is Steve Bradshaw. Steve, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll start off with a tricky one. Tell us about yourself.
67 years old. I've taken on this battle because I don't need a career, but it's a battle that needs to be fought and it needs to be won. I am currently on my second term as a county commissioner, so I understand how government works. I understand where the tax dollar comes from and where the tax dollar goes. I also understand that you will never see a tax break show up on your tax bill without a spending cut, because your tax bill is set by the commissioners and the state's budget. If they don't cut their budget, there's not going to be a cut in taxes. There'll only be a shift. I pastor for 21 years at Coquelaw Cowboy Church that me and my wife founded. And so I'm used to working with people, the needs of people, the problems that they face on a daily basis. I understand life for everybody, those that have it hard, those that have it easy, and they all have issues in all of them. Independent businessman since I was 12 years old. I started working full-time. After school, I'd work till 10 o'clock, 16 hours on Saturdays and Sundays. I understand life as a working person. I understand the needs. I understand raising a family. I've got a wife, 2 kids, 5 grandchildren, 2 daughter-in-laws, and 3 dogs.
So, let's just be real, this is the highest position in all of Idaho.
It is.
What makes you uniquely qualified for this role?
What qualifies me for this is I understand life for normal people that work every day, that go to and from work to support their family. I have lived that life. I'm living that life. I was elected twice as county commissioner, am currently doing that. Was able to keep taxes flat in Bonner County 3 years running. In doing that, we were able to do it and raise the pay grade for all of our employees up to almost market price so that we don't have a revolving door training employees for the private sector. I understand that if you treat your employees good, your job's much easier. And balancing a budget is not a difficult thing. It's just basic math. And it doesn't get any more complicated because the number gets bigger. It's math that you can do without using the alphabet. So anybody past 4th grade can do the math. It's just, what we did in Bonner County is we got rid of the foolish spending. We've pretty much overcame the we've always done it that way mentality. And which, if you've always done it that way and it's right way, that's excellent. But if it's not, then you need to find a more efficient and better way to do it. And we were able to do that and not have any drop in services, but an increase in customer service, and did that without raising taxes.
So if you think about the last few years of Idaho, really the world, it's been pretty crazy. COVID, inflation now, all these things.
The inflation will be a challenge this year.
What do you think is the biggest challenge facing Idahoans today? And if elected, what would you do to combat that?
Biggest thing facing Idahoans today is a lack of good, honest, honorable leadership. Integrity is something that leads to honor. that produces character. And if you don't have one, you're not going to have the other two. We need someone that will take on this battle, will take the public lands back from the feds, make them stay in their lane, make them fund what they're supposed to. They've thrown out so much debt money, and I call it debt money because it's not your taxes coming back to Idaho that you've paid the federal government. This is money that is debt for your children and your grandchildren and probably their grandchildren. It's a massive amount of debt that's going to devalue the dollar, and I think that's probably the agenda behind it. We need someone who understands the three branches of government. As a commissioner, you're a quasi-judicial branch, so you're executive, legislative, and judicial. So you understand all three, and you understand the lane that each one of the three is supposed to stay in. We have not seen that happen in Idaho. There's a massive amount of absence of rule of law on the federal level. It seems like they just started making up rules as they go along, and our current administration in the state seems to be following suit. And so we need to bring rule of law back into the state. Idaho is a sovereign state. The land within its borders should be controlled and managed by the sovereign state. It's within its boundaries. IDL, Idaho Department of Lands, does 100 times better managing the acreage they have than the feds do. On the little bit of percentage, I'm not sure what the percentage comparison is, but IDL has a whole lot less land to manage than the federal government. The government produced less than $1 an acre. IDL produced 38 times what the feds did statewide just on the little lands they've had. So it's something that can be done, but you have to be willing to do that and take back the lands that's within the state, let the state control them, and that way our grandchildren will have the same Idaho that we've had.
So one of the things I think we've all heard, whether it's on the news or social media, is just Americans seem to be getting more polarized, right? A lot less listening and a lot more condemning. As governor, how do you rise above that and bring everybody together?
At the end of the day, we're all Americans. We're all on the same team, and we're all in the same battle. As a pastor, you learn that people have different views and different ways of looking at things, and you have to be able to help them learn how to make that work for them, or either reprogram your process where it is working. Long as we're aggressive, hating the guy next door for whatever reason, nothing good will ever come of it. We are all one country, and as such, we should all band together. This is like a time of war. This is when the country needs to come together in unity and find a working solution. And there's always a working solution, but you've got to put self out of the way to do that. As long as you leave self in there, then you're going to have a problem making it work.
One last question. So a week from today, everyone heads into the ballot box. What do you want them to remember about Steve Bradshaw when they walk in there?
Steve Bradshaw is someone who has always told the truth. Even if you don't like the truth, if you ask me what the truth is, I'm going to tell you. And if you don't like it, then you're going to have to learn to deal with that, because I'm not going to change the truth to fit you. If I say I'm going to do something, I will do it. I will achieve it. And with God's help, all things are possible. So long as we have a working plan and a common goal, Idaho can be the richest and best state in the union, which right now I think it's already the greatest state there is, but we're being sold down the river. And so if you want to put a stop to government overreach, You need to have a governor with a backbone that'll tell the feds no and will bring back rule of law to Idaho and start doing what is just and right.
Steve Bradshaw, everybody. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Good luck next week.
Thank you very much.
So the next candidate we're going to be speaking with is Ben Kennedy, and Ben's running for governor. Ben, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. I realize a lot of people may not know who you are yet. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What should we know?
42 years old, single father, raising a 19-year-old daughter and a 18-year-old son. Been doing that for about the last 18 years on my own. Good times, bad times, but what isn't these days?
So let's talk about your candidacy for governor, right? It's the highest position in the land for Idaho.
Yeah.
What makes you uniquely qualified, and why were you wanting to run?
What actually made me start to think about it was essentially I'm tired of hearing, how the candidates are always for the little people and never seeing that they're for the little people. I'm tired of seeing millionaire candidates, whereas I've been in a food line. I was on health and welfare. I was on WIC. I've actually I had to call the Marine Corps Toys for Tots. So I'm tired of seeing people not really representing us, and hoping that I can change that.
What are some of the things you would do?
Well, for one, health and welfare is good. It's a good hand up, but too often gets taken advantage of. And I'm even guilty to say that, I was even tempted to want to try to stay on it because it was actually easier to stay on it than get off of it. I'd like to reform that to where it actually makes an incentive to get off of it and not a punishment to get off of it. That would be one thing I'd like to change. I'd also like to change, we need more businesses in Idaho and less in China. So I'd like to give businesses, manufacturing incentives to come to Idaho, not just to the bigger cities like Boise, Napa, Caldwell, but to the more rural places if the rural areas really want them.
So over the last few years, Idahoans, much like the rest of the country, it's been crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? Things that are going really, really well, and things that have been really tough, things like COVID and school closures and all that. Amidst all of those things, what do you think are two of the biggest challenges facing Idahoans today, and what should we do about it?
Well, it definitely have to be housing and people being priced out of affordable living in a way of actually affording a house, affording rent even. That's definitely going to be something that we're going to have to tackle. And then also, getting people back to work. There's way too many jobs open and not enough people filling them. Heck, I'm working 2 jobs myself just because people are not willing to fill them. So, getting people back to work and proud to work. And that would be I'm not 100% sure how to do that, but there's always ways around.
So one of the other things is, you look at social media, you look at the news. Americans appear to be getting way more polarized.
Yes.
Okay? A lot less listening, and a lot more talking and condemning. Couple that with all the people that are moving into Idaho from different states, just different backgrounds. As governor, you represent them all. How do you bring them all, not just Republicans, the whole state, how do you bring them all together?
Well, one thing I've always thought was, like I said, having a representative who's supposed to be for the people, but never really shows that. One way to do it is have dinners, but to bring the people in. You've got people from this community and people from that community, and just sit down with them and have a dinner. Have them discuss their lives, what's going on. Not even necessarily even discussing policy, but discuss what they want in life, and then start implementing that. Just basically like a family does, and then start treating everyone like family. Yes, you're going to have your problems. Yes, you're going to have your arguments. But just like 2 brothers who, duke it out, at the end of the day, you're still sharing a beer.
So as we wrap up, again, recognizing that maybe not a lot of people know who you are fully yet, what message do you want to leave to Idahoans before they walk into the primary ballot box next week?
Do your research. Truly look at people. Don't fall for the flashy, ads. I take in $0. Everything that's put out is coming out of my paychecks. And just know that for every dollar you bring in, that's a dollar you owe to someone. And, vote with your conscience, vote with your morals, and vote with your heart.
Well, Ben Kennedy, everybody, thank you so much again for joining us tonight, and good luck next week.
Thank you, sir.
So our next candidate for governor is Lisa Marie. Lisa, thanks for joining us today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So let's just start off and tell people a little bit about yourself.
Well, my mother and I talked my mother into moving to Idaho in 1978 with 14 boxes and 2 bicycles. And that was quite the journey because we were from the East Coast. And my mother sent me to Idaho to broaden my horizons and to go west. And when I went home, I didn't care for the things that were going on the East Coast at that time. We were in a recession. And it seemed to me that it was, people were really nice, and that meant something to me. So we landed dirt in 1979. I went to Capitol, I went to Boise, I went to Boise State, and something that was always really apparent to most people was that I was always just a little bit different, and maybe a lot different. I lived very realistic. I was raised with my mother, so actually when we moved to Idaho, we didn't have a car, so we would take the bus and walk, and most people during that time frame didn't know how to even ride a bus. So to me, life here was a challenge every single day, but because I talked my mom into moving to Idaho, I always had it vested in my heart that there was a love that I had for the state. So, where I stand today is the love that I have for the world, for our entire earth, is gratitude. It took a long time to get to a place to where I wasn't angry. There are things that happen in our lives, and if we don't have a certain level of commitment to either our faith or to God or to humanity or whatever keeps us in a balanced place. All I know is that the key thing to me is that we have to just help each other all the time. And that's my heart.
So you're running for governor, highest position in the land for Idaho. What makes you uniquely qualified for that role?
Well, I've run before. And I was a child saying that I was going to be president of the United States. So actually running for governor seems to be a very small piece. And, I just want everyone to know that we are being affected and being exterminated. We have bioweapons all around us, and it's not just the word COVID. So my pause to everyone right now is to just go deep down inside and say, who's going to fix the problems that we have? Is it going to be the governor? Is it going to be the president? Is it going to be city council? We're the only ones that are able to take control. And to me, it's not about running as a position. It's about everyone collaborating and say, look, we have a human race problem right now, and we're not going to be here. And I'm not talking in a doomsday situation. I mean, I believe in the Bible. I believe in where history is. And it seems to me that us as a human race keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And we have to collaborate and come together. So if it takes running for governor for people to say, could I run for governor? A final piece in why I'm running for governor is I'm really disgusted in our political system. And I believe that there's enough fraud that's going on in our elections that it's this time for me to expose it. And that's what I'm going to do.
So you talked a little bit about some of the challenges and things that are going on right now. What would you say are the two biggest challenges facing Idahoans? And if governor, what would you do about it?
Well, Idahoans are facing, in my opinion, the same problems that we're having on a global level. We're in World War III. And it's not okay because we continue to make the same problems over and over again and the same mistakes. And we have to get to our space and believe in saving humanity. A number of us question that, should the human race continue? The torture that's going on to our children is unfathomable. The COVID vaccine is a bioweapon, and that's the word that I'm going to use. We are exterminating our children. And the number one thing that we can do right now is to make that bioweapon illegal for at least any child that's 18 and under. Number two, what are we doing to really help each other and help our neighbors and collaborate together? Each of you have the power to make a change. You don't have to wait for Congress. You don't have to wait for bills to be passed. The only way that we're going to make it through this, it doesn't matter what any of our titles are. It matters what we're going to do to hold hands and do everything we can to save the planet, make those changes immediately, and put our children first, because they are the only ones that are going to be able to make a substantial change to the human race. They're the ones that have more to lose than we do.
If you think about the world today, social media, everything, it does feel like everyone's a lot more polarized. You've talked a lot about how do we bring people together. How do we do that?
Well, I've been in sales and marketing my whole life, so it's an interesting skill, because when you're in sales and marketing, you have to go out and always get clients, and you become very programmed to having one-on-one with each person. And when you look at someone's eyes and you say to them, what can I do to help you? Or do you need an egg, if it's your neighbor? Or, I go to businesses all day long. That's why no one sees my signs. I've never done signs. I'm not going to make signs for running for an elected position, because I believe that if we cannot fix problems or bring problems to the surface that are in our own backyard, then we're not going to be able to fix anything. And so, Eagle means a lot to me because I was raised there. My children. And the state of Idaho means a lot to me. And the United States means a lot to me, but they're all interconnected. And so we have to have human contact. And with all the social media that's gone on, there's a real strength to it, but there's nothing like being face to face going, look, what is wrong? Are you okay? Is your business okay? So instead of waiting for city council, instead of waiting for these decisions, get with your mayor. And I won't talk about how many disappointments have been there, because they're too busy. The structure that we have in place right now between city council and mayors and then Congress and your commissioners, there's too many people any longer. They're so overworked that it takes everyone from business owners and mothers and fathers to go, okay, what's going on our block? Let's make sure that all of our neighbors are okay. So everyone goes to each neighbor and go, look, let's just get together once a week or once a month. Do you need help with your children? And that's the same with businesses. And that's the thing that I have faith in humanity is going to be able to make it through this. Because when COVID hit, it was a shock to everyone, but people came together. And unfortunately, time has shown over the history of everything, hundreds of thousands of years, that until it's almost near-death experiences or death experiences, that people are just going to come together and go, what are we going to do? And that's where we're at.
So primary is 1 week from today. Idahoans are going into the ballot box. What do you want them to remember about you when they're making their decision for governor?
Well, the most important thing is I want them to remember that they can run for any elected position and not have what you would consider as a normal campaign. If you go out and you buy shoes for children or you're buying food, that's a lot. It's not about having a sign. And that's the change that I'm here to make, is that everyday people can run. And, in the Idaho debates, I haven't conformed to be able to be on a debate since 2014. I've never been allowed to be on the debate because my campaign doesn't conform. But do they ask me how many posters I've paid for to print for Michael Vaughn, who's missing? Have they asked how many homeless I help? Have they asked how much money I take out of my pocket, just to help people every day? That's not being asked. So in my opinion, you should be known for what you do, not who you are. And that's where the tipping point is. And I will be running for president if it's 2024, 2028. My resume is very big, and most people can just Google me up. You'll find what I've done with my companies. I just want to be a person in my life that if you help one person, it's no different than helping millions and billions. And just be a role model from the heart.
Lisa Marie, candidate for governor, thank you so much for joining with us tonight.
Oh, thank you so much, and blessings.
Our next candidate for governor is Ed Humphreys. Ed, thanks for coming in today.
Yeah, I appreciate the Young Republicans hosting me, and I look forward to connecting with more of you during and for the rest of this primary.
So let's start off with an easy one. Tell us about you.
Well, I've only been involved in the political realm for a few years. I'm a financial advisor by trade. I walked away from my book of business to run for governor, and I live in Eagle with my wife and our two kids, and we got a hound dog and a cat out there, and we're obviously a young family, right? But my involvement in the political realm was really spurred on by my family's background. My family lived under and fled from communism in Eastern Europe. They came to this country for the American dream, that idea that you can reach for the heights of your own personal potential. And I had family that came from the former Yugoslavia. I had family that fled from Nazi Germany. And when you study those ideologies across the world, you will frequently find those collectivist forms of government, they elevate subject matter experts to a position of decision-making authority over all of us. And my family fled from an ideology where the experts determine how many square feet your home could be. These countries, some of them dictate how many kids you can have in your family. And in the case of Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia, the experts determine whether you live or die. This is a dangerous, dangerous ideology. My family has suffered immensely under that. And it saddens me to see here, even in Idaho, that we're starting to give so much power to these subject matter experts to make decisions for all of us. I'm advocating that we embrace the idea that we make decisions for ourselves. We realize the consequences of our actions, be it good or bad. That is called freedom. That's why my family came here. That is one of the major reasons why I feel so committed to this cause.
So you're running for governor, highest position in the land for Idaho. What makes you uniquely qualified for that role?
The governor's office is a position where you build a team to administer the affairs of our state government. But I feel like what's been missing is a bold vision in which we can all rally around and come together for. And because that's missing, I think you see the contention reaching the levels that it has. But for me, I'm a finance guy. I'm a financial advisor by trade. And I walked away from my book of business to run for governor because I believe we need somebody who is following the money. That's the only way you can get to the truth in politics. And so if we had a governor that was more involved in the budgeting process, we would see immediate positive change. The governor oversees the Division of Financial Management, which crafts the budget recommendations for every agency in this state government. The governor has line item veto power along with veto power. And when you change the way you fund government, you will change government itself. That's why I feel like it's really powerful to have a finance guy at the top of the ticket. But also, and for the young Republicans to always remember, this country was founded by young patriots with a bold vision. That has been missing from government for a long time. We got caught up in this trap where we thought, well, you got to elect career politicians because they're the most qualified for the job. That's how you get a Joe Biden to be president. Nobody is more qualified than Joe Biden to run this country, right? I mean, he was in D.C. for 50 years. I think that we should honor the fact that the founding fathers were young, and when we honor timeless principles, there's going to be a natural consequence that comes from that. And so Thomas Jefferson, he was 33 when he crafted the Declaration of Independence. 19 of the signers of that document were in their 20s and 30s. Our party will die out if we don't engage the rising generation. And so I represent that new generation coming into to leadership in this state. And I think that some incredible things will result from that energy. We need that kind of energy down in our capital. We need more of it in the party.
What would you say are the two biggest challenges facing Idahoans? And if governor, what would you do about it?
Well, there are some things here in Idaho where we're seeing movement in the right direction. I think it's because we're the last foxhole for the American dream in this country, and there are a number of people fleeing these failed states coming here. It does bring some problems, no doubt, not just the growth, but I'll name the two things that I think are it's just imperative that we address. And the first one is education. We have a broken education system now, and you can see this. Look at Boise State University. Folks, Boise State is teaching students that the Declaration of Independence was a white supremacist event. This is what our tax dollars are going to fund. They have transgender resource guides to encourage students and help them to figure out how to change their gender and change their identification. The education system is broken on a number of levels. But again, what bothers me is the subject matter experts dictate how everybody's children should be educated. And that's a big problem because we have a one-size-fits-all institutionalized system that it doesn't fit all. Here's something that I believe would inspire even Democrats to get involved and be excited about. We should have a system, an education system, where we have robust offering of different educational options, and wherever families choose to enroll their children, the money should follow those kids to the school of their choice. This would be a complete game changer, and Idaho can lead America in this way by implementing it. The governor appoints 7 out of 8 members of the State Board of Education. So you will not see school choice in Idaho unless you have a governor who will champion that cause. I've committed to doing so, and I believe we will see so much more powerful results from education if we do that. The second issue that I'll touch on, particularly for the young Republicans, we have a housing shortage in this state, and it's sending home prices through the roof. We need to understand that our career pipeline for young people has been so twisted at this point where there is really one path that our tax dollars promote, and that's typically the white collar route. But for me, look, I have a master's in finance. I got a graduate certificate in financial analysis. I appreciate education, but it wasn't education that changed my life. I'm one of the few people that you'll meet that has a master's, but also never graduated the 8th grade. It was opportunity to work in the oil field. I was a roughneck on drilling rigs, drilling for oil. We need more vocational training in this state. We need more of those opportunities to allow young people to get in the trades and earn a really good living, because somebody has to build roads in this state. So we don't sit on some of these roads. They're more like parking lots than throughways. It's wild to me. But we need people who are going to build homes in this state. There is a shortage of good homes for people to live in, and we need to shore up that pipeline and get more young people into the trades. It's good, honest work. It's paying good right now. It's not for everyone, but it should be an option that's available to more young people. And when we have a greater supply of homes, we will then have more affordable housing. Don't buy into a second what these leftists talk about with these whole government affordable housing programs. It doesn't work. It breeds crime and it destroys neighborhoods.
if you think about the world today, social media, everything, it does feel like everyone's a lot more polarized. You talked a lot about how do we bring people together. How do we do that?
These are contentious times. I will grant you that. And the reason that we're reaching the heights of this contention, this divisiveness, is because we're at a fork in the road right now. And there are two mutually exclusive ideas. They cannot coexist. And we're having to determine which path we're going to go down. One of those ideas is central planning, where we have experts like Dr. Fauci, right? I even hate to use expert and Dr. Fauci in the same sentence, but we have these experts that want to make decisions for us. And just know we have a host of these experts in Idaho that make so many decisions for us every day of the week. This is how we're one of the few states in the country that shut churches down, but deemed liquor stores as essential. So we can either go down that route of central planning, or we can embrace the route of freedom, which is limited government, the free markets. And that is why the division's reaching the levels it is. I believe the governor's role and the ability to bring people together is in casting that bold vision that people are enthusiastic about, people are excited about. I promise you, if we secure school choice, just take that one issue, since that's what we're talking about today. School choice, it answers all the questions you can throw at me. What about mask mandates? What about vaccine mandates? What about critical race theory? Empower families to choose what experience they want their children to have, and we don't have to even fight one another over it anymore. Don't you believe that will create a level of understanding and acceptance, because at least you get to educate your children the way that you see fit? But I will tell you, it will bold ideas like that will excite people. It will give people something to strive for, and it'll give us reasons to engage with our neighbors again, with family members and with friends. So what's missing is that bold vision, and that is why we have to carve out our path. We have to make the choice which road we're going to go down, and then we have to do things that inspire other people.
So primary is 1 week from today. Idahoans are going into the ballot box. What do you want them to remember about you when they're making their decision for governor?
With the primary being 1 week out, I would tell you, if you want something different, we have to do something different. I'm the youngest gubernatorial candidate in the United States of America today. It works. When you look at the youngest governor in America is Ron DeSantis right now. And the Republican Party in Florida is growing because of his bold leadership. I have been able to build an incredible team, and this campaign has been very, very competitive. And make no bones about it. I mean, I'm taking on the whole political machine, and this whole team is taking on the political machine. But it's not just about Ed Humphreys. This is about a movement that's happening across America, and I believe this is our time to make history right now. I promise you that if you elect me to be your next governor, we are going to lead out in this country on some really incredible things that will be exciting, that will be talked about. And people in other states will talk about what Idaho is doing, but we will have a more robust and excited Republican Party. We will engage with young people in new ways, and we'll be promoting American values and family values again. So this could not be more important. This election is one of the most important in our lifetimes. You see what's happening across the nation. So I hope you will participate. Please, I'm asking for you to vote Ed Humphreys on May 17th for governor, and I thank you so much for sharing some of your time with me.
Ed Humphreys, everybody. Ed, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Up next, running for governor, we have Janice McGeehan. And Janice, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate the opportunity to have our voice be heard, and I appreciate all that you do for the young Republicans in Idaho.
Thanks for that. So let's start off with an easy one. Tell us about you.
I'm Lieutenant Governor Janice McGeehan. I am a woman that has lived in Idaho Falls, Idaho for most of my life. My husband Jimmy and I, we will be married 35 years this summer. He is my high school sweetheart. I met him when I was 16 years old, and we have 2 children who are grown and out of the house. We are small business owners. We operate businesses within the automotive industry, and we have a restaurant in Idaho Falls. Our two children help us run our companies back home, and that's what it has enabled me to be able to serve in public office, not just public office, but also within my community. I have a lifetime of public service to my community, having served on a number of civic organizations, the Red Cross, the Idaho Innovation Center, teaching Bible classes to my two children at my church in Idaho Falls, Idaho. So that's a little bit about who I am. I was raised in a Christian family, second out of 5 kids, and my parents moved to Idaho Falls when I was young, and that's where I've spent most of my life, in Idaho Falls.
Idaho governor, right? It's the highest position in the land. You speak for all of Idaho. What makes you uniquely qualified for that role?
Well, my experience in life and just who I am as a person does make me uniquely qualified to serve as the governor. Being a mother, a woman of faith, a small business owner, having 10 years of legislative experience under my belt, I am a proven conservative, have 10 years of proven record voting to protect the people of Idaho from excessive taxation and regulation. I have a record of pushing back against the implementation of Common Core in our state. As the chair of the Committee of the Health and Welfare, we were able to successfully prevent the implementation of Obamacare in our state that final year. I have experience managing one of the biggest budgets in the state of Idaho. That's the Medicaid budget. When it came time to balance our budgets after the crash of 2008, rather than raising taxes on the people of Idaho, I worked collaboratively with others, the Senate committee, the governor's office, the advocates, the agency, to do what we called across-the-board cuts that did not remove whole programs, so that people who are dependent on some of these programs were protected. And we tightened our belts like a lot of families do. So it's my collective experience in life, and then adding on top of that, the almost 4 years of experience having served in the executive branch of government is what sets me apart from all the other candidates and makes me uniquely qualified to serve as Idaho's next governor.
So over the last few years, I mean, COVID, everything going on, it's obviously been crazy for not just Idahoans, but for the world. What do you see as the 2 biggest challenges facing Idahoans? And if elected, how would you tackle those?
Well, here in Idaho, just as an example, a story about the last time I traveled up to North Idaho, I was taking kind of a windy, off-the-track path to get from Challis, Idaho, to Moscow, and my car was taking me through a windy road, and I was driving through this area of Idaho that's just astoundingly beautiful with this time of the year with the green and the flowers blooming, the tulips. And I came across this valley, and I looked down into the valley, and what I saw in the valley was astoundingly beautiful, and there was a big white cross that was in the valley. And I thought, this is what makes Idaho so unique, is that the people of Idaho are very conservative. We believe in God, our faith in God, our love of our country, and our belief that life begins at the moment of conception, and that we as individuals have certain unalienable constitutional rights to conduct our lives and our businesses as we see fit. I pulled into the small town of Kendrick, Idaho, which is the home of Hardware Brewery, and I thought, this is where it all started for me 2 years ago, where Mr. Little made decisions to shut down Idaho businesses and interfere with our rights to vote, interfere with our rights to worship freely as we see fit. It was very sad as I pulled into the town because I wanted to go see Hardware Brewery and how things were going there. And sadly, the business is closed up. The door was locked up and it was up for sale. This is the problem that we've had in the last 2 years. The decisions that were made, we've lost more than 20% of our small businesses, and many businesses are still struggling today to find employees and supplies. So as the governor of the state of Idaho, my pledge is that all businesses will forever be considered essential and important. We will work together to reduce the burden of government and taxation on the business community. We will make sure that we have a fair and equitable tax system. We're going to get rid of these crony special interest tax incentives that are bringing large corporations like Facebook into Idaho while ignoring our small business community. Idaho needs a fair playing ground for our businesses, and we need to do more to protect our family farms. And with the experience that I have, I will work very hard to protect these rights and empower the individual. And we're going to do this also through the way that we teach our kids in our classroom. We're going to get rid of a lot of the nonsense that's being taught in the schools, the critical race theory, the diversity, equity, inclusion, which is dividing our children and teaching things that are contrary to the way that our nation and this form of government was founded. We're going to go back to the basics, teach our kids the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s, and teach them about our constitutional Republican form of government. I'm also a strong advocate for skills-based training, having served as the president of the Career Technical Education Foundation. I believe very strongly in giving our kids, teaching them skills-based training and working with our business community to implement apprenticeships and internships, because there's a lot of jobs that are available out there today, right out of high school. Not everybody is meant to go on to college, and these are high-paying jobs. The business community is shouting, screaming for these employees. So we're going to do more to facilitate that and create opportunities for our kids.
So as you look at social media and the news, it just appears that there's a lot of polarization going on. A lot of people doing a lot more talking and a lot less listening to each other. As governor, you speak for all of Idaho, Republicans, Democrats, everybody. How do you bring everybody together?
We bring people together by establishing relationships with each other and bridging that gap of communication that is missing with social media and the major news media today, where people feel like when you're not sitting face to face with somebody or talking, actually having a conversation with them, I think that a lot of people feel more ability to just say things that sometimes are either not true or hurtful sometimes. And so I've always been a relationship building person. I believe in, I love people. I love sitting down and talking to people. I always listen to both sides of every side of the issue. And, that is the 10 years of training that I had as a state representative taught me to do that. It's really important on any given policy that we listen to both sides and we try to find a way that we can find something that works best for the majority of people. There's usually always somebody that's going to be dissatisfied one way or the other. But if we at least try to make a difference, to get people to come together and enact good policy for the people of Idaho, I think that's what's best. Now, as the governor, this is an administrative position, not policy. And so what I will be bringing to the governor's office is a more Idaho people first customer service mandate through our agencies. There's lots of Idahoans that are struggling and suffering right now, whether it's dealing with the the State Department of Labor or our Transportation Department, Tax Commission. We need to have our agencies that are streamlined, and their focus and their priority is to provide a good level of customer service to the people of Idaho. And we're going to turn our government back to the people, and instead of working for the well-heeled and the politically connected cronyism that's happening in our state, we're going to work harder for the people of Idaho.
So primary elections are 1 week from tonight. What message do you want to leave voters with as they walk into the voting booth?
Well, I would like the people of Idaho to know that I have been honored to have served as their lieutenant governor for the last 3.5 years. It was an honor to serve as a state representative and uphold the principles of our Republican platform. I adhere to that 100% with no exceptions, and I have a record of supporting the platform of the Republican Party of Idaho. My message to the people of Idaho is that I believe that God has a plan for our state, and there's great opportunity for our state. We just need to get government off the backs of the people and our businesses, free up the opportunity for the individual, and trust the people of Idaho. And that's my message. It's a message of hope that, yes, we've had some difficult times in the past 2 years, but with strong leadership and pushing back against what we see coming at us from the federal government and those that want to steal our values and rob us of our conservative traditional values, we have a lot of hope and a lot of opportunity, because we're going to turn back to the people of Idaho to help us solve any challenges that will come our way in the future. So I see great opportunity for the future of Idaho and for the people of Idaho.
Lieutenant Governor Janice McGeehan, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you so much.
All right, up next we have Governor Brad Little. Brad, thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure.
So let's start off with a real easy one. Tell people about yourself. What should we know about you?
Well, we're family ranchers from Emmett. That's what my kids are doing now, and that's what Teresa helps with a lot. I'm a little busy with the job I've got now, but that's where I go whenever I have a chance to go back and be on the ranch, particularly with the family. There's something about ranch life and having your family there that's very rewarding.
So, obviously governor currently, but what makes you uniquely qualified for this role?
Well, I think in my ranching position, for whatever reason, I had a variety of leadership jobs in agriculture and business and philanthropy, in education, all over the state. So besides having quite a bit of family around the state, I've had a great opportunity all my life to have, good knowledge about kind of the culture of the different areas of Idaho, and Idaho's a very diverse state. That was a huge advantage to me to run for statewide office, is having that, because so many candidates, and it's no fault of their own, they literally, don't know where the counties are. They don't know the county seats, and that's all second nature to me, and it's very helpful.
So you think about the last few years, obviously COVID, lots of things going on across the state, the country, the world. What do you see as the two biggest challenges facing Idahoans here in the near future? And if reelected, what would you do to tackle them?
Oh, there's no question. It's growth, to the totality of growth, and then the current federal administration and all the challenges that they send us. But those are the two issues. And, we've been pretty successful, the Attorney General and I have, about pushing back on, seems like we push back in one area and then another one pops up all the time. But that's what we have to do. But, pushing back on the current federal administration, hopefully, I'm knocking on wood, we'll have a change in the House and Senate both, and those challenges will go down. But growth is where the state needs to work with local communities and businesses to, whether it's in schools, roads, water, sewer, housing, those are all solutions that the state can provide some of the tools, but what you really need to do is stay out of the way of entrepreneurs to build more houses and solve the housing issue.
So amongst all the things that are going on, one of the things we hear from our members is just concern about the polarization that they're seeing, especially within the Republican Party. How do you bring people together?
In the old days, what galvanized the Republican Party was the Democratic Party. There were enough of them to galvanize. I I think I wrote a letter or responded to a letter that Phil Batt wrote years ago about, the fact that there, in most areas of the state, there aren't enough Democrats to be a credible threat. And so you have to work extra hard to not have some bifurcation of interests. And so, the best thing you can do is get together and talk. That's why, one of the things I do in my job as governor, and I did as lieutenant governor, is every freshman legislator, doesn't matter what party they're from, doesn't matter where they're from, they come in and I talk to them for 30 minutes, 60 minutes. What's important to you? Because you can't do business with somebody if you don't understand where they're coming from, understand their family, their community, their job, what their aspirations are. And that's been pretty successful for me.
So one final question. Idahoans are going to the ballot box a week from today. What message do you want them to walk away with?
Well, I've got a record. There's no question about that, and that's an advantage for me. People know what I said 4 years ago. People know what I've done in the last 4 years, 3.5 years. So I am very comfortable. I sleep very well at night, knowing what I promised 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, and what we've delivered. Record tax relief, record investments in education, record surpluses, record rainy day money, paying off debt, having Idaho in the best position of any state for whatever happens, either globally, nationally, or regionally to the state. We're going to be in as good a shape in Idaho as any state in the union. I'm very proud of that.
Governor Brad Little, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Daniel.
So up next, we're talking with candidates for U.S. House of Representatives, and we have two of those races here in Idaho. These candidates represent the entire state for their district, District 1 and District 2, and we will get right to that with our first candidate. So let me first say welcome to Congressman Mike Simpson. Mike, thanks for joining us today.
You bet. Good to be with you.
Been around the scene for a little bit, but let's pretend that we don't know who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I grew up in Idaho. I was born in Burley, Idaho, and grew up in Blackfoot. Now live in Idaho Falls, but I spent my entire life in Idaho. And when I was growing up, I worked on a farm, moving pipe, and doing other things on the farm, taking care of cattle, and going out at 3 o'clock in the morning to make sure the first-year heifers weren't having a problem with their calving, and spent all the time doing that, and realized how hard farming really is. So that was part of my upbringing, and in fact, the first time I saw my wife, her dad was a farmer, and I saw her baling hay, and she had on her pants and a bikini top, and I thought, that's a girl I'd like to get to know. So we started dating when we were in high school, and been married for 51 years now. So that's pretty much me.
So U.S. House, one of the highest ranking roles in Idaho to serve on a national level. What makes you uniquely qualified?
Well, I think I'm uniquely qualified, and anytime you're an incumbent running, it's based on your record and what you've been able to do for the state of Idaho. And if you look back over the years that I've been in Congress and the work that I've done for the state of Idaho and for the people of Idaho, whether it's the farming community and the fact that we have done a lot of great things for agriculture. And in fact, most farmers will tell you that I was the go-to guy in Congress when they needed something in the farming industry. Whether it's protecting the waters of the United States, or the overreach of the EPA on the waters of the United States. That's something we fought with the Obama administration on, and I prevented them from enacting their rule by language that I added to an appropriation bill, which, I'm a senior appropriator, which means I can add some of that language, which stopped them from doing that. And then Trump came in and wrote a new rule, which made sense. It was a good rule, and now Biden is trying to rewrite it again. So we need to stop that from happening again. I've also been able to delist wolves in Idaho, so that wolves would be managed by the state of Idaho and not by the federal government. Did that through adding language to an appropriation bill. I've prevented sage grouse from being listed in the state of Idaho through language in an appropriation bill, and those types of things. And I've also made sure that the INL becomes one of the premier laboratories in the Department of Energy's complex. When I was first elected, I think it was in my third year, President Bush, his first budget was to clean up and close the INL. And with the other members of the delegation, Senator Craig, Senator Crapo, and then it was Representative Otter and myself, we got busy and turned the INL into what it is today, and that is the lead nuclear lab in the country. In fact, leading the country in cybersecurity also. So it's an important aspect of the economy of southern Idaho, and it's important to the country. Those are the types of things I've been able to do in Congress, working with the people of Idaho, and will continue to do so in the future.
So anyone who watches the news today, it's no surprise, there's a lot going on, right? Inflation, coming out of COVID. As you look at all the things that are going on, what do you see as the two biggest challenges facing, Idahoans or Americans as a whole? And if elected, how'd you tackle them?
Well, there's a couple of things that are facing not just Idaho, but the country as a whole. One is inflation. The numbers came out, and I think March was 8.5% or something like that inflation, which is outlandish. That's the highest rate since Reagan took office, the Jimmy Carter inflation years and stuff. And so we've got to get that under control. And the other thing is gas prices. Gas prices add to inflation. Now, I know the Biden administration is trying to call it the Putin gas increases. Gas prices had increased 70% before Putin invaded Ukraine. It's added to it, but it's not the main cause of it. The main cause of it is that when Biden took office, he declared war on the fossil fuel industry. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He canceled leases on federal lands, which is where a lot of the oil and gas is. He stopped allowing for natural gas development, and he stopped the offshore oil drilling, which is where a lot of our oil comes from. And after years and years of trying, we were energy independent 2 years ago. Now we're calling Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Iran, asking them to pump more oil to keep the prices down. That's just crazy. We need to get back to an all of the above energy policy that we had under the Trump administration, which we can do. But the way we're going to be able to do that is through the appropriation process, preventing him from doing some of the executive orders that he does. And the way you do that is you add bills, you add language to an appropriation bill that says none of the funds in this bill can be used for X, Y, or Z. And that's how you stop it when you don't have the presidency. It would be nice to have the presidency, but we don't. And he's going to be there for the next 2.5 years. So it's important that we have senior members on the Appropriations Committee, like I am, so that we can add some of this language to prevent some of these things that the Biden administration is doing. Frankly, the Biden administration is doing far, far, far too much by executive order. Congress has to take back some of the authority that it's given to presidents in the past, or allowed presidents to take. As you saw earlier this month, he is trying to enact gun regulations that should go through Congress and be debated in Congress, but he's doing it through executive order. I don't think he can do that. I think we have to stop that. But you have to be in the majority to do that. That's why this election is so important. Those are the things that I'll be working on. But those are the things that are important to Idaho. How do you keep inflation down? You got to quit spending all the money that we've been spending. We spent, I think, 1.5 years ago, when COVID first started, in a bipartisan way, we felt that we had to do something to try to keep businesses open, to keep employees from going on unemployment rolls and that type of stuff. And so in a bipartisan way, we passed some COVID relief bills. And then the Democrats a year ago decided that wasn't enough. They passed a bill all on their own that was $1.9 trillion in COVID relief. Very little of it went to COVID relief. Most of it went to their Green New Deal plans and that type of stuff. So all Republicans voted against it. And now they're talking about another COVID relief bill that they'd like to pass. We've got to get back to doing normal things again, getting our budget under control. We need to head toward a balanced budget. I've been a supporter of a balanced budget amendment ever since I was in Congress. We need to keep working on that and try to get it in place.
So one of the things we hear from a lot of our members and people across Idaho really is just concern about federal overreach. As a U.S. House representative, how do you combat that and protect Idaho's sovereignty?
Well, the way you do it is just like I said. You prevent them from doing it by putting language, at least when you're in, when the president is of a different party than you are. If you're in the majority in Congress, you can write the appropriation bills, and that's must-pass bills. The 12 appropriation bills must pass. That's what keeps the government funded. And so you can add language to those bills which prevent the administration from doing some of their overreach. That's how we stop them from enacting the WOTUS rule. That's how we stop them from listing sage grouse and other types of things. That's what we'll have to do with this administration for the next 2.5 years. Because, face it, President Biden's going to be there for 2.5 years. I think after that, we have a good chance of getting a Republican president, frankly, and that's what we really need to do. But in the meantime, it is vitally important that we elect a Republican House and Senate to stop this overreach by the federal government. And it is in almost every area you look at that they are overreaching.
All right, so one last question. A week from today, everyone's going into the ballot box. What do you want them to remember about you before they make their selection?
TV will be a lot funner to watch after a week from today because people get tired of all the campaigning and all that kind of stuff. I understand that fully. Primaries are primaries and elections are elections, but they're an important part of our democracy, and everyone needs to get out and vote. Vote for the candidate of your choice, whoever that might be. I hope it's me. I've enjoyed your support in the past. I've tried to be a representative that you could be proud of. That's what I will be in the future.
Congressman Mike Simpson, everybody. Mike, thank you so much for joining us today.
You bet. Thank you.
So next, we're talking to U.S. House candidate Brian Smith. Brian, thanks for joining us.
Daniel, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Appreciate it. So let's start off with one. Just tell us about Brian.
So a lot of people don't realize that my family actually settled Canyon County in 1864. They had been, they were there's actually 4 brothers came out from Missouri. They got into Canyon County and they got sick and they stayed the winter, built a log cabin that's still standing in Canyon County today. And so I've been in, they were my great uncles, and I've been in Idaho my whole life. I graduated from Nampa High School. I came back to Idaho after going to law school, and I went to law school in California. Graduated from BYU, went to law school, came back, and I've been living in Idaho Falls since 1994, where my wife Sharon and I have raised 5 children. They've all moved out of the house. I can now find my tools again. And I have a law office. I've had small businesses, and we really like living in Idaho Falls.
So U.S. House, one of the highest ranking roles in Idaho to serve on a national level. What makes you uniquely qualified to serve in that role?
Well, I appreciate that question. First of all, I'm not a politician, so I think that gives me some bonus points, frankly. And I have always had an interest in serving others, and I think that I'm uniquely qualified at this moment in history to run for Congress. I understand the role of the federal government. I understand the federal government's role under the Constitution. There are actually about 20, maybe 21 things that are delegated from the states to the federal government, and we have gone far afield from that. And I think that because I'm a lawyer, I've studied the Constitution, I've argued constitutional cases in front of the Idaho Supreme Court. I understand the proper role of the federal government. I think that gives me a unique qualification. And frankly, we need somebody who's a fighter. I'm a conservative who fights. I fought for I fought against expansion of Obamacare in Idaho. I fought as one of Trump's delegates in the 2020 election, and now I'm running to fight for you, the voters. And so I've never been afraid to speak my mind or to speak my piece, and we need somebody who has a titanium spine, who will speak up for us. As I travel the district, too many people feel like they don't have a voice in Washington. And for me, I've always been able to speak a voice. And I think we need somebody from Idaho who will stand up and speak for us against what I describe as the liberals and the Democrats and the leftists who want to turn our country into a socialist dumpster fire. And so I've been a practicing lawyer for 30 years. I've been involved in Idaho politics. I've been speaking in different places. And for all those reasons, I think that uniquely qualifies me to be the congressman.
So anyone who watches the news today, it's no surprise, there's a lot going on, right? Inflation, coming out of COVID. As you look at all the things that are going on, what do you see as the two biggest challenges facing, Idahoans or Americans as a whole? And if elected, how'd you tackle them?
So I think obviously right now, the biggest challenge we face as a country is inflation. And for me, the inflation that we're suffering from right now is the beginning of where I think we're headed. As a country, we're $30 trillion in debt. We are bringing in about $4 trillion a year, and we're spending $7 trillion. So, I'm not a student of the Common Core math program, so I can calculate that 10 years from now, we're going to be another $30 trillion in debt. All told, 10 years from now, we'll be $60 trillion in debt. And because of that, that's just borrowing money, printing money probably, quantitative easing, things like that. Because of that, the money supply is just bloated because of our spending. And so what we have now is we have runaway inflation. A lot of people like to blame it on maybe just recent events, but this has been a catastrophe in the making for several years. You just cannot continue to print money to pay for the things that we're doing without, at some point, inflation setting in. And we're now experiencing that. The velocity of money in the last 2 or 3 years has hit historic proportions, and that is a creation of the spending in Washington. And so in order for us to control inflation, we simply have to control our spending. And we have not had people in Congress willing to do that. And that's one of the things that distinguishes me from Mike Simpson. Just last week, he voted for the $1.5 trillion, it was the budget deal. You may remember the Democrats passed it out of committee in the middle of the night. It was 2,700 or 2,900 pages long, and by the next morning at 11 o'clock, Mike voted for that. I would not have voted for that. And that has at least $10 billion of pork, and it's got a lot of other spending. And so I look at Congress, and Congress has not done a good job. So that's one issue. And another issue that we have, and look, another issue we have is our energy. You said to mention too, but the price of gas is on everybody's mind. What we have is we do not have a long-term energy program in this country. You'll see it with, when Obama's president, we don't like nuclear. And we don't like the pipeline, and we don't like drilling on federal land. Then Trump becomes president, and now we like nuclear, and suddenly we're drilling on federal land, and we have the pipeline working, and gas is cheap. Then we get Biden, and it changes again. You cannot have a sustained energy policy in a country that it's changed every 4 years, depending on who the president is. So I think Congress needs to come up with a comprehensive energy plan that we need to follow, and it needs to be one that includes nuclear energy, it includes a pipeline, that includes our fracking and our ability to access our own resources. That's what we need to do, and if we could do that and have a plan that was 20 years long or 10 to 20 years, then it wouldn't be changed depending on who the president happens to be, the flavor of the month. And so it's a real problem for us. So I see that as two big issues. I also see the southern border wall as a big issue. Basically, we have an invasion in our country. And you can see that the current administration is doing not only nothing to stop it, they're actually enhancing it by busing people over the border and processing them in buildings and flying them around the country. So for me, I see that those are the big issues that we face.
So in DC, obviously, those are some very passionate issues, people on very different sides. How do you come together to get something done?
Well, one of the things that I will do to help get things done is that when I'm elected, I will quickly join the House Freedom Caucus. So now I will join other like-minded conservatives, people who think like me, and we'll work as a team to try to get a conservative agenda followed or passed or enacted, depending on what term you want to use. But the truth is that when the Democrats are in charge, what you really want to do is stop them from getting things done. And too often in Congress does things that don't help the American people. And so when you talk about getting things done, we need to also stop the Democrats, the liberals, and the leftists from accomplishing their agenda, like the green energy deal from AOC, or could be Nancy Pelosi's deal of the week, or whatever that is. Now, in terms of getting things done with the Democrats or Nancy Pelosi, the truth is that Nancy Pelosi and I probably aren't going to agree on anything, except that, we don't agree on anything. And so the truth is that I'm going to stick to my principles. I'm not going to compromise my principles. I'm not going to compromise my values. I've been a big supporter, for example, of repealing the grocery sales tax in the state of Idaho. I think it's an immoral tax. I think we're only one of 5 states that fully taxes groceries. And the interesting thing about that tax is that all the Democrats have wanted to repeal that tax. And everybody knows I was the one that took the case up to the Idaho Supreme Court when a Republican governor vetoed the grocery sales tax. The Democrats agreed with me, and a lot of the conservative Republicans agreed with me. The problem wasn't the conservative Republicans or the Democrats. The problem was some of the moderate and establishment Republicans within our own party. And so there are times when I suppose you can reach out and work with Democrats. The grocery sales tax is a good example. If there's an issue like that in Congress, I'm not one who's going to say, oh, well, the Democrats are agreeing with me on this, so I'm not going to do it. If it's good policy and it makes good sense, I will clearly work with anybody who wants to do that, whether it's an establishment Republican, a conservative Republican, it could be a Democrat. But when it comes to my principles and my values, things that I hold dear, look, I really believe that sometimes no deal is better than a bad deal. So that's kind of my approach to it.
All right, so one last question. A week from today, everyone's going into the ballot box. What do you want them to remember about you before they make their selection?
What I want people to remember is that with Brian Smith, you're going to get somebody who fights for you. I am a conservative who fights, and I am running to fight for you. That's what they're going to get with me. And I feel like we've been missing that. I will not only fight for Idahoans, but I'll fight for a conservative agenda. So we've had a history with our current representative of someone who has not stood up for the Second Amendment. I will stand up for the Second Amendment. We've also have our current representative wants to breach dams. I oppose that. I support farmers and their water. We have a current representative who has voted for massive spending increases and has also voted for bigger government. I believe that we need to cut the budget and that we should have a smaller government. So with me, the voters are going to get a completely different candidate. A very different, it's not a candidate actually, but at that point it will be a representative. I have also been very clear that I do not support special civil rights protected class status for transgender people. My opponent actually co-sponsored a bill with 20 other Republicans to make transgender rights a special protected class. I also oppose that. And so with me, you're going to see somebody who follows the conservative platform of the Republican Party. And I will be much different in the sense that I will speak out for us. We have not had somebody to speak on behalf of conservatives, and that's what I feel that I will bring that we have been lacking and missing. And so that is what I will tell you that people will get. And what I want people to remember is things will be different. We will have a conservative voice in Washington. And finally, people who are conservative in this state will have a voice and they will feel like they've been heard, whereas in the past several years, that's been missing.
Brian Smith, everybody. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Daniel.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So now we're going to be talking about another legislative district. So this is District 1, and we have Congressman Russ Fulcher joining us today. So I've been around the scene for a little bit, but let's pretend that we don't know who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
You know, Idaho farm kid is the way I like to kind of just think of myself, because that's the foundation for my life here. Family has a long, long history in the state of Idaho, and I've been blessed to have a varied life experience. And so from there, educated in Idaho institutions in business and engineering, and then on to the professional world in the technology industry with Micron and Preco Electronics for about 24 years all over the world and all over the country. And so I had the opportunity to serve in the Idaho State Legislature for 10 years, and while doing that, was a real estate broker. So a varied life experience and 3 fabulous kids and a great family. So this life has been a very good one for me, and I'm very blessed.
So, U.S. Representative, one of the highest positions in the land, representing all of Idaho, at least in District 1. What makes you uniquely qualified?
Yeah, I think we're all a product of that life experience, and our value system comes from how we were raised and the things that we believe in. And so what I had just mentioned in terms of life history plus just a grounding faith. Faith is a big deal to me, and that sets the foundation for how I attempt to live my life. And frankly, I think that coincides very well because our founding fathers had instituted a divinely guided document called the Constitution that was grounded in that. And that's certainly what I believe in as well, and that's what I attempt to stand up for within the U.S. Congress.
So the last few years, obviously COVID, things have just been crazy across the world, the country, and in Idaho. What do you think are 2 of the biggest issues facing Idahoans today? And if back to DC, what could we do about it?
Well, we have either lost or forfeited a lot of individual liberty. And the COVID has certainly exacerbated that. But we live in a republic, not a democracy. And that republic has a couple of prerequisites. One of those prerequisites is that our citizenry is educated in the issues, and another is that they are engaged with those issues. And so I think probably the single biggest thing that we face is just sometimes we're lacking in having educated, committed people that believe in the founding of this nation and the basis of this nation that will actually engage. If the people engage and this republic is exercised the way it was intended, we'll be fine. But that's problematic, and oftentimes good people don't engage that way. In terms of the issues, I mean, we've got border security, which is a federal responsibility that we have dropped the ball on, that we have simply not taken care of, and that has impacts on Idaho all across the nation. Our energy security is another huge one. If you take care of your own energy production and you control that, that sets so many other economic things into order. And so those are the main things I think that we're struggling with as a state and as a nation, but it can be solved if we exercise the republic the way it was intended to be.
So you alluded to this a second ago, and I think it's really relevant. It's something we hear from our members a lot across the state, and that is the sanctity of Idaho's sovereignty. And federal overreach has just been on a lot of people's minds. As our representative in Washington, D.C., how do you combat some of that and make sure that Idaho remains sovereign?
First of all, we just need to remember or understand that the federal government's powers constitutionally are really quite limited. It's restricted really to mainly the security of the people, which includes our military and our border security, and it includes the regulation of international commerce. Those are the 2 big things. Now, there are a few other things, but most everything else is left to the states and to local governments. And so just coming to grips with that, a lot of what I do in Washington, quite frankly, is to try to steer decisions local, to try to get the federal government out of some of the decision areas where they're so engaged. And it's not been simple. We are very polarized right now. And we have a leadership currently in Washington, D.C. that tries to exacerbate that polarization and drive us apart instead of driving us together. But that's the challenge that I think that we have. That's certainly what I face. More of the decisions need to be done locally. And I see part of my job is to try to make that happen. In order to do that, that means I have to be able to work across the aisle. I have to engage with my colleagues on the Democrat side, and you have to have the communication and the relationship building to make that happen. And so that's where my efforts go.
So one last one. I think you're a little bit lucky you're running unopposed in your district. But the primaries are 1 week from today. Now, a little bit between now and November for you, but What message do you want to leave Idahoans as they head to the ballot box next week, and then again as they head in November?
Well, this state was built on the foundations that I referred to earlier. This state, and I think the goodness of Idaho, is built on our faith. It's built on our families, and it needs that engagement to continue. And we have a lot of growth right now. And so when I meet new people and I speak to groups, I will inevitably ask how many people have come to our state within the last few years, and inevitably a lot of people will raise their hands. And so my message to them and my message here is, welcome to Idaho. Welcome to my family's home for well over 100 years. Now don't forget why you came here, because you're coming to something, or you left something that's better than where you were. And how you engage now will dictate if we can keep it that way. We want to keep it that way, and we need you and your involvement, your votes, your engagement, your understanding to make that happen. And I encourage that today, and that's what myself and my staff try to do.
U.S. Congressman Russ Fulcher joining us tonight. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
So now we're going to pivot to our last federal race, and this is for the position of U.S. Senate. And as I'm sure you're aware, right, this is a 6-year term. It serves all of Idaho. We have 2 of them across the state. And our first candidate we're going to be talking with is Natalie Fleming. So Natalie, thanks for joining us today.
Hi, it's nice to see you. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course, of course. So let's start off and just tell people about yourself. What should we know?
Well, my name's Natalie Fleming. I spent my high school years in Moscow, Idaho. But before that, we were in the high desert of eastern Oregon and spent our winters in Bend, Oregon. I'm a single mom of 4 very fiercely independent adults. My youngest is 20. And I got a job for a software company working straight out of high school 30 years ago. So I've been involved with technology for 30 years. And that's something very important today as technology takes over and the titans of technology take over the world. It's important to protect citizens' rights in that process. I love ecosystem management. I think it's great. I think climate change is really cool. That's a different take on it. I'm a special needs mom, and I don't see myself as David and Goliath. I see myself more like Joseph coming to Egypt and to help. I know how to restore our ecosystems, how to fight back for our economy, to bring it back to a family-centered economy instead of a debt, crony capitalist / socialist economy. And I'm very excited to serve as Idaho Senator in Washington, D.C.
So obviously the top federal position in the land for Idaho, right? You represent the entire voice of Idaho. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role?
Well, I'm not afraid of Democrats or liberals. I have a great affection for everybody. I care about people across the board. I'm a very good listener. I can sit down with a liberal I just met and bring them to understand conservative values by simply showing them that you care and treating them with respect. So although it is a partisan office, I believe that we have to fairly and respectfully represent the entire state. My experiences working with special needs children and adults, my experience in technology, because that is a new big frontier that we have to protect people as we enjoy the blessings of technology. I have a rabid love of ranching and farming and protecting the ranchers and farmers from environmentalists, short-sighted environmentalists who focus only on CO2 and not like really cool things like the water cycle that we can put to work for us. So,
thanks for sharing that. So next question. The last few years have been crazy for the world, for Americans, for Idahoans. Some really good things, some really hard things. What do you see are the 2 biggest issues facing Idahoans today? And if elected, what would you do about them in Washington?
Well, the 2 biggest issues I see, well, there's many big issues, but if I have to choose only 2, the first, of course, is our economy, which is, as we all know, is tanking right now. And the second issue is America's role in the world. On the economy, it has been devastating to see people lose their homes and have international equity firms, big, massive corporations, come in and sweep up and buy up all the homes. When Americans own their homes, when they own their vehicles, and they own even their phones, they are far more economically stable. And when economic winds hit, they can handle it and they can bear the storm. But with the system we have now that is a debt-based system, coercing people into debt or into rentals, it's devastating families across Idaho and across America. The 2008 housing crisis, we saw the Congress support taking homes from Americans and putting them into massive corporations, massive international equity firms that are growing, and they sweep into communities, buy up the homes, and local families end up bidding against them. And that is destructive to our society. We need to have a family-focused, an absolute blatant bias for families over corporations in the economy. The COVID crisis has done the same thing. They're leveraging people out of homes by not allowing people to work. And then the COVID assistance pays for rentals, not for mortgages. So that's just one more way to leverage people out of homes. And we've all heard the term, you will own nothing and you will be happy. And that is not the American way. The second, of course, is our international relations. 2,000 years ago, our Savior, he didn't send money to other countries because it corrupts. He didn't send soldiers because they kill. He sent teachers. Our foreign policy since World War II has been to send money and soldiers throughout the globe. And we have seen corruption and war expand. And we see that now in Ukraine. We see this everywhere. We see this in Afghanistan. It's so heartbreaking to watch the people of Afghanistan as we left. And we left behind machinery, tanks, and tools of war for them to continue on with more war. And on the other hand, the international teachers I've seen, there's a woman by the name of Natalie Topa. She travels throughout Africa to the most war-torn areas, and she teaches them how to manage their land so that they can turn deserts into grasslands and feed their families. Teaching is the way to go. It costs less. Most people want to raise up their own countries, and they just don't have the tools to do that. So teaching is a great tool that we can provide for them.
So one of the issues we hear from a lot of our members and people across the state is just a concern about the overreach with the federal government lately. Being our voice in Washington, D.C., how do you protect Idaho's sovereignty?
Well, the sovereignty of Idaho has been under attack by both the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. Biden put on a sweater that was stretched out by the last president when he came in. 4 years ago, I warned my fellow conservatives against the policy of supporting our own president, who was expanding federal powers of federal agencies over local agencies. And so we had a sanctuary cities grow. And I tried to explain to everyone, hey, when the next president who's a liberal comes in, because we suffer from this political whiplash every 4 or 8 years, they're going to use those expanded powers. So the hardest part, this is what people don't like to hear, is when you are in power, when you have a Republican conservative Congress and a Republican conservative president, to relinquish those powers and to shrink the powers rather than continuing to stretch out that sweater. People don't like to hear that. But people ask me about a lot of policies and what would I do for them in D.C. And I said, well, in D.C. I would retract that power because that's a power that belongs to the state. And so there's a lot of laws that need to be removed so the states can manage them themselves. But the more power that is centered in the community, in the state, the more peace we have, because people need to know that they can have an impact and have a say in how the communities are run.
So 1 week from today, Idahoans are going to the ballot box. What do you want to make sure that they remember about you when they walk into that room?
Well, first of all, I'm awesome. My website is nataliesawesome.com. Coming from a ranching background, I really care about the entire state as we are going into a massive drought, and I see simple ways for us to overcome the drought, to manage that climate. So I am there for the ranchers and farmers, absolutely dedicated to them. We live in this crazy world where technology is taking over our lives, and the software companies are telling us that we have to give up on ever having any privacy. And that is an absolute lie. And I'm so heartbroken when I watch Congress. I watch the congressional hearings, and I see congressmen and women who are completely unprepared to take on the titans of technology and protect our privacy and apply our constitutional protections. We need a data privacy bill of rights. And they don't understand that yet. They don't see it yet. And some of these people who've been in Congress forever, they're unprepared for dealing with that. I also look at the massive amounts of money coming into congressmen to fund these races. And the truth is, you don't need $5 million to win a race anymore because people have access to information and people don't really have the patience for that anymore. We're looking at senators who have only less than 4% of their funds coming from local Idahoans, and Idaho will not put up with that anymore. I am very excited for the opportunity to serve as Idaho senators. I have driven my friends nuts for years with an awesome creative idea every day. Just for example, one of the crazy ideas I come up with every day is why can't warriors use their GI Bill to start their business, to buy the tools of their trade? Not everybody wants to go to school. So if we took the GI Bill and allowed returning warriors to apply it towards simply building a business, buying mechanic set or whatever it is their trade is. But these ideas come to me all the time. So being able to be in DC and to make that difference is pretty exciting. So I look forward to this, and I'd encourage you to take a good, honest look at me and take a good, honest look at all the candidates. And I know that when you look at what I have to offer, I'm the complete package.
Natalie Fleming, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to be talking with Scott Trotter. He's running for U.S. Senate. And Scott, thank you so much for joining us today.
Awesome. It's great to be here and just great to just present the candidates to the Young Republican group and whoever else is tuning in. So awesome.
So Scott, let's just pretend some people may not know who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Scott Trotter. I'm from Lewiston, Idaho, and I am a worship pastor in Lewiston, Idaho, along with a small business owner. My wife and I have owned our small business for 27 years, and so we make signs and banners. And I also am just very involved in the community. Not only do I have the 27 years of experience in my business, but I also I've participated in the Twin County United Way for about 10 years, was president of that organization and chaired that organization as well. And then I was also president of Beautiful Downtown Lewiston, which is kind of our city beautification nonprofit group that is in town. So I participated with that as well, and I was president of that as well. But just hands-on in the community, hands-on in my church environment as well. We also put together an event called 14 Days of Praise, which we started in 2011. And it gathers like 30 different churches over the 14 days in our downtown square. So I'm able to gather people together, encourage people, and we've done that for about 9 years, started that in 2011. So just different types of things in the community, but also just participating in the community as a business owner and a worship pastor. So that's a little about me. I have one daughter, 13-year-old Emma Trotter. She's awesome. And I've been married to Tracy, my wife, and I work with my wife. Been married to her for 28 years. So it's a great little community we live in, Lewiston. We love it there. And we're just really enjoyed touring and going across the state these last 5 months since we've been campaigning and starting in October, and just seeing the rest of the state as well. So it's a beautiful state. So awesome.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. So U.S. Senate, huh?
Woohoo!
So, one of the few positions that speaks for all of Idaho. What makes you uniquely qualified for that role?
Well, I think Trump kind of opened the door up to just the not typical politician guy stepping in or woman stepping into the arena of politics and just leading our country, leading our states, leading our cities. And so I feel like just the diversity of what I've experienced in my life over the last 30 years as an adult working in the working world, and just the community events that I've been part of, the city opportunities I've had to be a part of the city environment. I've also been on my daughter's school board for 6 years, and I was on a high school board. So I have just diversity that I bring, and I bring encouragement. I mean, we need encouragement right now, and I bring hope. And I'm an optimistic person, and I believe in people. I'm a people person, and I value people. All makes and models, but I also stand strong for what I believe. And I think this country, in a lot of ways, is just heading down a direction that we don't want to continue to go down. And so now is the time for people like me and other candidates across the nation, really, that are stepping into not only these federal positions, but stepping into state positions and city positions and county positions, that we need to just stand strong for what we are as Americans. And, I say this all the time, we're the In God We Trust nation, and we don't need to try to be something else. You might not believe in trusting in God, and that's okay. But we are the in God trust nation, and so I just think we need to just rely on who we are, step into who we are. We are believing in the Constitution, and we believe in what our founding fathers put down for what we are to do in the days to come. And so just like our founding fathers declared life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I believe that we need to declare things in the days to come as well. And I'm just bringing life. I'm bringing hope. And I think that American pride needs to be stirred up in a way that reminds us all of who we are and how amazing we are, how blessed we are. And if there can be a position in the Senate for lots of different reasons, sure you need to legislate, sure you need to figure out problems, sure you need to just be there for our constituents and people, but can there be a cheerleader in the Senate? Is that okay? Can there be someone that is just stirring up national pride? And that's me. I'm a rally guy, and that's what I'm looking forward to do in the days to come. I've been rallying since I've been on the campaign. I've been encouraging since I've been on the campaign. I've been encouraged by all the other candidates as we've gone out to these different events and met the voters. And so God's on the move. He's doing something. So I'm excited, actually.
So you mentioned the size of the federal government. One of the things we hear from our members and from Idahoans across the state is there's a genuine concern about the size of the government and the federal overreach that's occurring, whether it was with COVID, whether it was with inflation, all the things that they can come in and do. As Idahoans representative in Washington, D.C., how do you tackle that challenge to make sure we protect state sovereignty?
I think as people, as Americans, we are people that want to help, and the federal government has taken away that opportunity by just all the overreach, all the programs, all the money that goes to all the people that have all the problems. And are there problems out there that need to be addressed by the federal government? There might be, but I think most of those can be handled by the states and the people of the states. And especially in Idaho, I've seen so many people help and reach out to people in so many ways. And we rally around people, and we don't need the federal government sending us a whole bunch of money that's just our tax dollars and overwhelming us with future debt. We just don't need to do it that way anymore. We just need to step out of that, and we need to step into taking care of each other as Americans have for the last 200 plus years. We take care of each other, we stand with each other, and we don't need the federal government to tell us how to do that. I don't think so.
So one last question. Everyone's heading to the voting booths a week from today. What message do you want them to take away about you to help them make a better decision when they walk into that booth?
I'm just going to be real specific. We need real, normal people in the federal government, just like the people that work every day in their businesses and in their cities and their communities. We need people that know what we need to do so that we can thrive as cities and a state as far as Idaho is concerned. So I'm a normal person. I'm a down-to-earth person. I'm a people person. I love people. I like people. I honor people. I value people. And I'm here. I'm here to listen. I'm here to help. I'm here to serve. And I'm here to lead. I lead all the time in different regards, in different situations, and I also serve all the time in different regards, in different situations. So if you want somebody that's for you, then vote for Scott Trotter. And I would love and be honored to serve this great state of Idaho as your U.S. Senator. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say this. People tell me not to say this, but I want to be the most amazing one-term senator, U.S. Senator, that the state of Idaho has ever had. So people say, Scott, don't limit yourself. But we need to limit people in the government. And we just need to have normal, everyday people who are for people to serve. And so I'm willing to serve for 6 years, and I would just love to have that opportunity. So vote Scott Trotter for U.S. Senate on May 17th. I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Scott Trotter, everybody. Scott, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Good talking to you.
So up next, we're here with Brenda Bourne. Brenda, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Daniel, for having me.
Appreciate you coming on. So let's just start off. Tell us about yourself.
Okay. I am a native Idahoan, and I grew up in the Magic Valley, graduated from the Twin Falls High School, and then went on to the University of Idaho and graduated in a dietetics degree and became a dietitian. I met my husband in 1990. We got married in 1993, and we started to move around across the country to New Mexico, to Utah, Arizona, back to New Mexico, and then finally back to home to Idaho.
So running for U.S. Senate, one of the few positions that speaks for all of Idaho across our nation's capital. What makes you uniquely qualified?
Thanks for asking that, Daniel. I feel like I'm qualified because I am a native Idahoan. I am a woman of high moral standards. I am a Christian, a wife, a mother, and a healthcare provider here in Idaho. I've devoted to nurture my family and others here in Idaho. And here in Idaho, I engage in daily life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that idea, the concept of God-given freedoms, was born in the hearts of ordinary men, like George Washington, who was a farmer and a soldier, John Adams, who was a school teacher, and the giants of politicians were haberdashers, tailors, farmers, ranchers, actors. Daniel, the list can go on. But I think we've lost our way, and if we continue down the path that we have chosen to continue to elect the elite, the powerful, the rich, then we will continue to lose our country, our freedoms, and our way of life. And I believe that it's time to return to our root and return to our guiding principle that in our government that was said by Abraham Lincoln, of the people, for the people, by the people. I am a Native American and an Indian, and that is a blessing that I am beginning to fully grasp. When I walk the soil of my ancestors. I walk the soil that predates anything and everyone that we are talking about. But I also walk as an American and as an Idahoan. And I can no longer pass the responsibility off onto somebody else. Now's the time for me to take that responsibility and truly, God willing, that I be a representative for the U.S. Senate.
All right, so the last couple of years have been obviously pretty crazy, right? COVID, everything going on, both across the world, nationally, and here in Idaho. What do you see as some of the biggest issues facing Idahoans, and how would you tackle them if elected?
Thanks for asking that, Daniel. Ronald Reagan once said, when a business or an individual spends more than it makes, it goes bankrupt. When a government does it, it sends you a bill. And when government does it for 40 years, it comes in two ways, higher taxes and inflation. Make no mistake about it, inflation is a tax and not by accident. It's ironic that we've hit a all-time high, a 40-year high of inflation in 2022. Inflation is a major issue that's affecting Idahoans and Americans. Inflation is, for all intents and purposes, a tax on the American family that will cost them $5,200 a year, according to a Bloomberg study. Especially hurtful for Idahoans who are struggling to make means to pay for housing, groceries, and fuel. The solution is simple: reduce government spending. Unlike our current senators, I will not vote for increased spending like the infrastructure bill that's going to cost the American taxes in trillions.
So one of the things we hear from Idahoans and our members across the state is just a true concern about federal overreach. And so being our representative in Washington, D.C., how do you protect Idaho's sovereignty?
Thanks for asking that, Daniel. What impelled me into the politics is the accelerating loss of our freedoms over in the last couple years. But really, it's been happening longer than the last couple years. But our Americans and myself have been asleep to that fact. When I was 18, I was a Senate page, and the current senator was also in the Senate at that time. I am now 50. It seems our established senators have forgotten their oath or have not taken it seriously or become too complacent and comfortable in their position to remember their oath. The U.S. Senate is to be a representative of our people, and they're supposed to be guardians of our freedom. Now's the time to replace established, complacent senators and elect officials that are going to defend and take that oath seriously. The alarm that awakened me to the realization of our loss of freedoms happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the federal mandate, I was forced to choose between the COVID shot and my 24-year career in healthcare. I decided the latter. And this was a very difficult choice to make because I had spent so much time building up my career, but also it supported my family. But I believed in my heart that freedoms would be taken away from us if I chose the vaccine.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough choice to make.
Yeah, I believe freedom is essential, like the air that we breathe. If we get rid of freedoms, then we are slave to the state. I like what Chief Joseph had to say, and he is an ancestral of the Nez Perce tribe. He said, "Let men be free, free to travel, free to stop, free to work, free to trade where I choose, free to choose my teachers, free to follow the religion of my fathers, and free to talk, think, and act for myself. As U.S. Senator, I will fight to preserve those freedoms that our Constitution provides. I will not vote for legislation that overreaches our God-given freedoms."
So one last question. 1 week from today, Idahoans head to the ballot box. What message do you want to leave them with?
First, I want to remind everyone, now's the time for a change in the status quo. It's commonplace that we see senators and representatives that serve for a lifetime or decades. You know that a senator that I'm running to unseat has been a politician for 38 years. 38 years, that's a long time. But we've been conditioned to accept that that's okay. We've been conditioned to assume that because they have been doing this, that they know what to do. And when we do that, we lose our government of the people, for the people, by the people. We are governed by a congressional society which exists and operates entirely on its own. And they are sequestered from their impact of their decisions with zero accountability. As a U.S. Senator, is a 6 years term. When I'm elected, I will serve my 2-term maximum. And then I will support and campaign for my replacement, who will be fired up with fresh fuel to be our representative for Idaho. Secondly, I want to leave everyone the reminder of who we are as a country and who we are as people. Our Constitution was written for a moral and religious people, and we are losing sight of that. John Adams and his counterparts were ordinary men who feared God, and these ordinary men who feared God were farmers, were soldiers who were willing to take extraordinary steps. They were not millionaires, they were not corporate executives, but they were giants in our nation's history. And that's the company that I place myself, and I humbly declare before God and man that I am just like you. I'm simply responding to the urge in my spirit to stand and serve boldly in this way. And my hope and prayer is that right now my message is being heard and inspiring to others to also say, now's the time to serve. Now's the time for me to say, now's the time to stand and represent we the people. Lastly, I want to leave you with a thought from John Adams. We have no government armed with power, capable of contending with human passion and unbridled morality and religion. Our ambition, revenge, gallantry would break the strongest cords of our Constitution as a whale breaks through a net. Our Constitution is designed only for moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for anything other.
Brenda Bourne, everybody, U.S. Senate candidate. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Daniel.
Good luck. So next for U.S. Senate, we're talking to our current senator, U.S. Senator Mike Crapo. Mike, thanks for joining us.
It's great to be with you.
So we'll start off with a tough question. Tell us about you.
All right. I'm a lifelong Idahoan, born in Idaho Falls, Idaho, and have lived here for my entire life, with the exception of when I was away for a short time for school and a job following that, and have loved living in Idaho. That's why I'm still living here. I'm married to a wonderful lady named Susan, and we have 5 wonderful kids, all of whom are grown now, and we have our 15th grandchild on the way. And, I love hunting and fishing and living in this incredibly wonderful place we call Idaho. I call it God's country, and everyone in Idaho I talk to about that understands exactly what I mean.
So if you think about this role, it's one of what is the highest role that speaks for all of Idaho at our nation's capital. It's a big responsibility. What makes you uniquely qualified to lead that role?
To answer that question, I want to back up a little bit and talk about what's happening in America today. Our Constitution is under attack more aggressively than it ever has been in the past. There's a drive to push us into socialism and to undercut the very values that everyone in Idaho agrees we need to protect. And I've been in the middle of that fight for many years. The most recent parts of that fight are with President Biden's proposals to add almost $9 trillion of new debt finance spending. He was able to get that done, part of it, $1.9 trillion of that done in the last 15 months, because he was able to get around the filibuster. But after we faced that difficult filibuster battle where he succeeded in getting $1.9 trillion of that money spent, we have succeeded through the filibuster in stopping the remainder of that $9 trillion, $7 trillion worth of additional spending. When we succeeded in doing that, Chuck Schumer wanted to get rid of the filibuster in the Senate so they could not only get that spending done, but address the rest of their agenda. And so the first bill that they tried to use on that, to get rid of the filibuster, was a bill to take over our election system and to federalize it, to force states to allow open, unmonitored ballot boxes, and to allow people to put ballots in those boxes who weren't the ones casting the ballots. They were also going to prohibit states from using voter ID on mail-in ballots. We fortunately won that fight, and they did not succeed in that legislation or in terms of getting rid of the filibuster. If they had, they would have then run the table with everything that they had prepared. 5 new justices on the Supreme Court, a phenomenal pressure to put D.C. statehood on the line, Puerto Rico statehood on the line, and then follow that with more gun control and putting into statute President Biden's opening of the border, the executive orders he's issued to open our border. It's because of those fights that I think that I have shown that I'm qualified. I've been engaged in those fights and previous fights leading up to this for a number of years now. And I have a record. I have a proven, solid record. And the specific answer to your question is that there are those who have monitored these battles and these fights over the years and have issued rankings and awards for that. For example, the American Conservative Union has given me a 91% lifetime score for conservatism, resulting in an award for conservatism, excellence in conservatism. The National Right to Life has given me a 100% ranking, and the Idaho Chooses Life has endorsed my election. The Freedom Works organization has given me a 100% score. The National Rifle Association, A+ rating. The Gun Owners of America, A+ rating. The National Federation of Independent Businesses, the entity that monitors our small business needs in this country, has given me the Guardian of Small Business Awards. The Citizens Against Government Waste have given me the Taxpayer Hero Award for protecting taxpayers. The Family Research Center that looks for family issues has given me a 96% rating. My point is that I have a proven, solid record. And I'm asking the voters of Idaho to support me in going back into this fight. I'm not ready to leave this fight, and I want to continue it.
So if you think about the last couple of years, whether it's Idaho or the nation, so many things that are going on: COVID, inflation, home prices here locally. As you kind of look into your crystal ball in the future, what do you see as the number one issue that the nation and Idahoans are going to face, and how do we tackle that?
Well, frankly, it's kind of easy to say that the number one issue that we must deal with is to stop the attack on our Constitution and to stop the drive to push us into a socialist nation. That drive and that attack are extremely well financed, and we must stop it. Now, what do I mean by that? There are some very specific, very clear issues that we need to deal with. First, the national debt. It's now over $30 trillion. President Biden is proposing another $7 to $9 trillion budget with many more dollars that he won't even identify in his proposals. We have to stop that. I was a part of the Bowles-Simpson Commission years back that put together a plan to stop that. We all know what we need to do. We need to cut spending, grow our economy, put a rational energy policy in place, and stay focused on stopping the excesses in our fiscal policy. Secondly, we need to cut the regulatory burden. We have found that the regulatory burden in this country is a bigger impact on people almost than the tax policies and the spending policies. In the last 5 years, up until the beginning of this administration, we had cut the number of pages in the federal regulation, in the Code of Federal Regulations, from just a little over 99,000 pages to just a little over 60,000 pages. A massive effort, and that is all now being undone by this administration. We need to stop that and move back to the policies which we were pursuing to reduce those regulations. We need to stop the open borders that President Biden has pushed here in the United States. Once again, up until the beginning of his presidency, with the actions that President Trump and Congress were able to engage in the few years leading up to that, we had been able to reduce the illegal entry at the border by almost 80% in some parts of the border and by significant reductions overall. Now we are seeing the highest illegal entry into the country that we've seen in decades, and that is expected to double with President Biden eliminating the Title 42, which is the tool that President Trump put into place to stop that. We've got to address the border. We also need to address a proper energy policy. Once again, our energy policy is one of the underlying factors of our entire economic strength, and President Biden has engaged in an attack on our oil and gas industry to the point that he now likes to claim that the inflation we are seeing with regard to oil and gas prices at the pump, is caused by Putin's war in Ukraine. The reality is that the inflation we're seeing on commodities and products and services across this country were well underway far before the attack in Ukraine even began. 70% of the price that has risen in gas prices occurred before the Ukraine conflict started. We've got to stop the attack on the oil and gas industry in the United States and pursue a rational energy policy. And then I got to finish up with one thing on this particular answer. We need to build and strengthen our military. The United States has reduced its military strength over the past few years in a way that makes our enemies bolder. I personally don't think that Putin would have dared to go into Ukraine if we had our military strength in the position that we need to have it. President Biden, once again, has cut our military spending. He has cut our domestic support for our domestic law enforcement in the Homeland Security budgets. And those are the only two budgets, by the way, that didn't get very dramatic increases in President Biden's budgets. We've got to build back our military strength. Those are just a few of the things that are really critical that we must get done as we stop this assault on our Constitution and our way of life.
So you kind of alluded to this a little bit. One of the things as I talk to members and people across the state, they are concerned about is federal overreach. Being our advocate, our voice representing us in DC, how do you fight back and make sure Idaho stays sovereign?
Well, it's a very good question, and I want to start out by saying that the Constitution answers it. The 10th Amendment to the Constitution says that the powers not given to the federal government are reserved to the states and to the people, respectively. And we've got to honor that part of our Constitution with our practice. So what do I mean by that? I already referenced the fact that we had been reducing the federal regulations dramatically under the previous administration with strong congressional support in that regard. We've got to continue and build back to do that. Specifically toward Idaho, what does that mean? The states are in charge of water under our Constitution, and the federal government is increasingly trying to take state sovereignty of water away from it. The allocation, management, and use of water is a state's right that we've got to protect. We also need to reject the federal EPA rule, Waters of the United States rule, or what's been known as the WOTUS rule. We successfully had that stopped, and now this administration is opening up that war again. We've got to fight back there. We've got to simply fight back on rule after rule after rule, and I've been engaged in fighting the mandates on vaccines and the mask mandates and the other business shutdown mandates that have come from the federal government, which I believe were entirely unconstitutional, and we need to keep that battle up across the board on all kinds of other issues that are critical to us. It's simply a matter of recognizing that the proper role of governing and the proper role of dealing with such this multitude of issues that we face is to recognize what the Constitution says, that those powers not specifically delegated to the federal government belong to the states, and we have to fight to return those powers back to the states.
So 1 week from today, Idahoans head into the ballot box. What message do you want them to think about when they think about Mike Crapo heading into that ballot box?
Well, I really want to return to my first answer to your first question, and that is, I have a proven record. You can hear a lot of people say what they think ought to be done, and many times those ideas are appropriate. They are the kinds of things that need to be done. But what's needed is a strong, solid, consistent fight against the onslaught that comes from many different quarters. And I have a proven record. I want to just talk a couple of minutes about those things that I referenced at the beginning. On specific issues like guns, I have the A+ rating with the NRA and an A rating with the Gun Owners of America. I've fought to protect that Second Amendment right, and my record proves it. The National Right to Life, I've got the 100% ranking from National Right to Life and the endorsement of the Idaho Chooses Life organization. And I could go through the others I mentioned, the small businesses, the tax fighters, and the Family Research Council, but I'll just finish up by going back to that first award that I mentioned, the Excellence in Conservatism Award that the American Conservative Union has given me for my lifetime record in protecting conservative values in Washington. That's an award that very few people earn, and that is earned by having a consistent record. The reason I go back over those is because the point I want to make in answering this question is not just that I know the right things to say and that I know the things that we should fight for, but that I have a record doing it. My record is solid, my record is conservative, and my record is proven. And because of that, I'm asking the people of Idaho to support me in going on with this battle and going back into this battle after this next election to help advocate those very same principles and values as I've shown that I will do.
U.S. Senator Mike Crapo, thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck next week.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's going to about wrap it up for us tonight. It's been a long evening, but a good evening with a lot of great information and a lot of great candidates. Before we close, there's two things I want to remind you of. First, please don't forget to get out there and vote 1 week from today on May 17th. Regardless of who you're voting for, it's important to have your voice heard. That person has an opportunity to represent you and me and the entire state for the next 2, 4, or 6 years, and we need to take that seriously. The last thing is really to remind you that on May 18th, we all need to wake up, regardless of who wins the primary, and support that candidate. For all the differences, for all the uniqueness that God made with each of us, we're still one Republican Party. We have way more in common than we have apart. And so no matter who wins, I want to ask you to rally behind them, just like we will with Idaho Young Republicans, just like we will with the state party. And we're going to get out there and do everything we can to help that candidate win the election in November. That's how we keep conservative values alive in the state. That's how we keep Idaho red. For all that, I want to say thank you again. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Take care, God bless, and God bless Idaho.